Oh man, it's that time. Like, let's do this. Let's have some fun with this. There we go. Get things moving here, Fritz. Come on, let's go. Hey there, friends. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It is so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is December 18th, 2025. We're going to write a little bit of code today. How you doing out there, chat room? We are live. We're only on Twitch today, and we are live on the front page of Twitch. So to everybody out there tuning in on the Twitch homepage, how you doing out there? I hope you're having a fantastic holiday season. I'm raising money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. If you want to participate, if you want to help out, there's a little QR code right down there. Go ahead, take a look. You can get a note of the hat. There's a little QR code right down there. You can click through and you can learn more about our fundraiser and make a donation to help the kids, the families, the staff at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. All right, let me get into it. Let me welcome in.
Confirmed.
That's right. It is. So,
I'm a Time Lord.
You're a Time Lord?
I'm from the planet Gallifrey.
Yes, you are.
You're from Earth.
I am.
Your code is from the Dark Ages.
No, this is Charlie. For those of you who haven't met Charlie, this is Charlie, my chatbot, and Charlie can be a little ornery at times. Not gonna lie. So yes, it is Boo from the Mario series, and we're gonna have some fun today, writing some code, tweaking, tuning some things here. That's funny. It didn't pick up from the UK. It didn't pick up the UK there. It didn't even try to detect it. Lundo Spark, good to see you. Let me say hello to some of our friends that are hanging out in chat right over here. Let me see. C Sharp Titan getting us started. Hello. CTI Geek, good morning to you in Virginia. Surly Dev is watching in Lancashire. McNets, how's things in Barcelona? G-Bone, how you doing? Very wet, very ornery weather you're getting there in Washington State. My goodness, I hope you're doing well there. Yeah, epic music is epic. That is custom music that I commissioned and we have here on channel. The map is going to town here. Let me head over. We can share the map so folks can see what's going on, some of the locations that it's plotting. There we go. So it just plotted Charlotte there, and it plotted some of the other locations. I'll zoom out a smidge so you can see that we've got, come on, there it is. Now you can see Melbourne down there. We got a couple folks in the UK, a couple folks still trickling in here from various locations. Thank you so much. You can share as much or as little about your location as possible. You just need to phrase it in a little bit of a sentence there, and it'll pick up and plot that location. No floods where you're at. That's good to hear, G-Bone. So Lundo Spark, I think it was the high from the UK. I'm nearly positive the regex didn't pick that up. Charlie uses regular expressions to extract locations from messages. It turns out it takes only 3 milliseconds to do that parsing. So real easy to make that work. So yeah. Try phrasing it a little bit differently. Good morning from the UK. Good morning from the United Kingdom. And I can almost... You want to sass Charlie? Go for it. Go for it, because here's the thing. Charlie the chatbot is watching you in chat. And when Charlie sees that you're getting just a little bit extra special there, Charlie will retort you. Charlie will troll you, not me. So, our friend UNESCO has seen that once or twice. So, there you go. How you doing there, Yellow River? Plotting a pin there for Australia. Thank you so much. Hey, and appreciate the follow. Hello. I'm going to get some music playing in the background here, and then I'll drop a pin. I'll drop a pin for myself. I need to get my own location on there. I'm going to be going with the Stream Beats Synthwave playlist today. I'm going to go a little bit further down here. I'm going to start with this song called Caffeine Dream. This is music that's DMCA free. It's royalty free. Listen to it wherever you'd like. big thanks to Harris Heller and his team of creators for this music we're listening to today. Come on now, give me a little bit of heat there so we can hear this. It is really quiet back there. You live in Tasmania. So Charlie tries to plot something as central as possible to a location or to a really populated area of that location, and you can be as descriptive as you would like. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Caffeine Dream sounds like every developer's sleep time. Exactly. Welcome in, Jay. We'll plot a pin for you there in Lexington, Kentucky. Did I install the December update to Visual Studio? I kicked off an update last night. I think I did. I think I got the latest update. Let me take a quick peek here. Yep, we're all updated on Visual Studio 2026 Insiders. So, for those of you that don't know me, my name is Jeff Fritz. I work on the Visual Studio and .NET teams at Microsoft. So we write a lot of code. We write a lot of code here using C#, using some different tools, and we'll integrate with Azure. And we have a great time being productive. I'm using Windows today, but we will use Windows, Mac, and Linux at various times, going around the horn and using all of those operating systems. Windows 11 just updated, and now it has a new battery icon. They changed the battery icon. I applied updates to my laptops yesterday, so I don't know. I might not have seen it there. Yeah, close Steam. Get Steam out of here. Did I receive the email regarding the price changes to the GitHub actions? I did. I understand why people are frustrated with the price changes. I get it. I also understand that GitHub needs to be able to pay for the services they're running. Super Chocolate, welcome. But GitHub needs to be able to pay for their services. They need to be able to pay for their cloud costs. They give away a lot of resources for free. But I'm not sure that adjusting the price of the self-hosted resources is the best place to change the pricing model. These are people that are already taking some of those interactions off of your platform. Hey, Dapper, welcome in Malmo, Sweden. So I'm not sure. I understand they need to figure out something to manage their costs. I get it. I'm not sure that charging a fee on the services.
I've been monitoring your progress. Progress may be too generous a term.
Yeah, it might be. No, Reg didn't even try to look for Colorado Springs. Just try Colorado Springs, just Colorado Springs. And let's see if it picks that up. So I don't think GitHub chose the right thing to manage costs on. I have no insight into their cost structure. I have no insight into that. I know what the public sees. But I think there might have been some better ways to do there. There we go. There's Reg in Colorado Springs. How you doing? Good morning. And kudos to the folks at GitHub that they listened to the feedback, they responded to it, and they're going to do a little bit more research on what they want to do there. So self-hosted runners do still use their platform, and they need to work around that a little bit. Nick, do the Twitch. How you doing, Nick? Welcome. I've got some coffee here. I've got my doctor mug is a big ball of wibbly wobbly timey-wimey stuff. There you go. Patty Boy joining us in Glasgow. Hello, hello. So this map, this is something that is unique to our channel, that nobody else has anything like this anywhere on Twitch. When you drop a greeting, you let us know in a nice sentence there in chat. It will my chat bot will pick up, extract that location, and place a pin on the map. You can be as descriptive or, you know what, as non-descriptive as you would like about where it is that you'd like to chime in and say you're watching from. Some folks chimed in and said, hey, I'm just watching from Australia. Cool, not a problem. I'm watching from wherever it might be, right? I'll drop a mention in here. There we go. Is that the Drend? Mentioning a specific county in Massachusetts? No problem. We'll drop a little pin close enough to that. Oh my gosh, Chris Funk is in Pleasant Gap. I don't think you spelled pleasant correctly. Yeah, you don't need to dox yourself. You can be as inaccurate or as accurate as possible. So I like to type good morning from Philly, and it will place a pin, and it's specifically my C# icon pin right there in Philadelphia. Svekos with the resub, 24 months.
Svekos just resubscribed for 24 months.
2 years with us. Thank you so much for that support. Really appreciate it. I'm keeping an eye. I have a dashboard just below here where I can keep an eye on things. Hey, thank you so much for sharing. Svekos is watching from Flanders in Belgium. I'm hoping I pronounced that right. I'm sure you can say hello from planet Earth, but it won't place a pin for Earth. Don't quite do that. Daydreamer, how you doing there? Welcome. So C# Titan, I am doing well. It's the holiday season, and I have and I have a bunch of things getting done here. Now, why did it? Yes, you're allowed to do that. There we go. There's Pleasant Gap. There you go, Chris Funk. Hey, welcome to Pennsylvania. So, coding on one screen is weird now. I'm on the big TV, so you're not in your magic science helmet at the moment. Lundo Spark, I love it. So Lundo Spark and I, we use a little bit of VR to do some coding so that we can have very large screens in virtual space to be able to work and see various parts of our projects in. It's a lot of fun. Yeah. Thank you. Let me see it. So, hello out there to the rest of Lundo Sparks family. Hello. Hello, you over there as well. Yes, you. I'm talking to you over there. How you doing? C# Josh in New York City. We'll drop a pin for New York. How you doing there? Irandos, how you doing there? There is a Latrobe near you as well. Other side of the world. 4 months in VR, 3 normalish ones and an ultra wide. 3 monitors in VR, 3 normalish ones and an ultra wide. The ultra wide in VR is crazy good. Crazy good. Now you understand ultra wide? There you go. Am I planning to use any of the new features of C# 14? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. We should have gotten a pin for Phoenix there. Should have gotten one. It's not in the queue. It didn't pick it up. It doesn't like that. I'm going to put that in my list of happy Thursday from Phoenix. It didn't even try to geocode that. I have a better error tracking on that. So there's all you can think of when you hear PA is thigh crush at Hershey Park. Yeah. So you're about an hour away of Pittsburgh, the other side of the state. So Irandos, just say good morning from Pittsburgh, and it will drop a pin on Pittsburgh for you. So you have 2 square windows next to each other. Okay. All right. Let's see here. So there we go. There's Phoenix. Thank you, Digital Drummer Jay. I appreciate you resubmitting the location there for us. So, always a lot of fun for this. Train Donovan, welcome in. We'll add a pin in Indianapolis for you. And Toronto, how you doing there? Lightning God 13. Yeah. Right? You have to wear glasses for normal monitors or the TV, not for the Magic Science helmet. That's something that I have really appreciated when I'm using my VR headset. When I'm using the near vision, right, when I'm looking at things that are closer, works really nice. So I have lenses that I pop in to my VR headset, and it shows. We need an overlay so we know what to post for it. I'm trying to make the chat detection of locations as robust as possible. So there you go. We'll drop Newcastle, Pennsylvania in there. Fantastic. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I need to bring up my dashboard with Tiltify, so I can keep an eye on things there. We've been raising money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, and we've had some very generous donations over the past few days. We've unlocked a bunch of incentives here on stream. We're going to be doing some reward streams here in the next few days, the next few streams, including I have a Lego Game Boy that we're going to be assembling next week. We're going to be doing a Hot Wings Ask Me Anything style stream tomorrow. I think we're trying to do that. We're going to try to do that. I didn't update the Chaos Monkey yet. But there is a Chaos Monkey out there, and we're going to do a speed coding challenge as well next week. But there is a Chaos Monkey. If you donate $5 or more, I don't have it running yet. It will make changes to our code that we're writing. I forgot to get it started. One second. Don't mind me. Don't mind that man behind the curtain. There we go. And over here, and I'll get that started. So it's hanging in the background. Rebooted into Windows and your Linux shortcuts are ingrained into me. I think there's a place for a multi-layered keyboard definition. Right, so I use a keyboard that has multiple layers so that there's different features that light up for me. When I'm using my keyboard, I can shift into different layers. I think there's a place.
Congratulations, Fritz.
Oh?
Your code is performing exactly as my worst case scenario models predicted.
Yeah?
There will be cake.
Oh, good.
Eventually.
Well, okay. I think there's a place to update the layers so that when you are on a Windows machine, you use one set of layers. When you're on a Linux machine, you use a different set of layers, and be able to pivot back and forth on those. On your desktop, you use the same keyboard. I have the Digma Defy keyboard. I was actually looking at it. There's base core. So that is how my keyboard is set up, what my keyboard looks like. So yeah, a bunch of different things. Actually, wait a sec. That's not the Windows voice control that I use anymore here. Hang on, it's just I'm gonna take, I want to edit this one. I don't want to change the name, right? I'm going to turn that one off, and I'm going to make this it's Windows H is what'll activate it. So save those changes. Good. This is called a super key. So it can do different things based on whether I'm holding down the key, I've tapped the key, I've double tapped it. So, for example, I have this set up as my super copy paste key. So I tap it and it copies. I hold the key and it pastes. If I tap and hold, it will control shift. But if I double tap it, it'll cut. Really good stuff. This is so handy. Irendos, you're using the worst keyboard recently? Tell me more. Let's talk about this. Last one died, and only one wired. The only wired one you could get that day was a cheapo from Walmart. I hear you on that. I definitely hear you on that. Let's start the tour. We'll let the map go around, and then we'll talk about today's project, and we'll get into it. Yep, the Bobo VR strap for the Quest headset is amazing. Digital Drummer J asks, any 2026 plans for the stream or other coding things you want to do? So I'm going to be focused on actually ending stream a little bit earlier, recording summary videos in 2026 and publishing those immediately after my streams. That's coming. I got into a really good flow with it over the last 2 weeks. I have videos out there that are ready to be edited and published. It's the holiday season, and I'm getting distracted into a bunch of different places. So that's going on. We got 10 folks on the east coast of the States there. Look at that. There we go. Love it. Thank you so much, friends, for chiming in. VS Code 1170 was released. Oh, I did do an update, so I don't know. And there's the... Right, it's kind of tricky to get the entire world on so we can see our friends in Australia, but there we go. What did you say here? You're seriously considering getting a Quest headset, seeing as the visor seems to be slow coming? It is. And the Quest headset is really good right now. There we go, dropping a pin for Orlando. How you doing there, Ergenrod? Hello. Do I prefer coding on Mac, Linux, or Windows? Right now, it's Windows. I'll get into streaks where I'm spending more time on Linux, or then I'll pivot and spend more time on Windows. Right now, I'm spending more time on Windows, but I would absolutely go back and spend time in Linux. It just takes me it takes me a little bit of time and work to get settled back into Linux. So, Surly Dev with a question about, there it is, what's the difference between the 3 and the 3S? So, talking about the Meta Quest headsets. Oh my goodness! Ergenrod with a $10 dono. Do you know what that means? The Chaos Monkey is going to kick in here. Yes. It is the lenses and the display. That's right. I don't have the Chaos Monkey on the screen. If I go back over here, you'll see it's working. It's... Oh, come on.
Science has proven that your coding approach violates several laws of logic. Also, there's no cake in the break room.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a higher resolution you'll see in the you'll see higher resolution in the what's it called? The Quest 3. Costs a little bit more. The 3S is intended to be a little bit more accessible. A little bit more accessible and cheaper device. Let me get the project that we were working on open here, and that is CodeMedic. Thank you. And I'll come right over here. And we should see that it's making changes. There's the Chaos Monkey has kicked in, and thank you, Ergenrod, for that donation. And it's added a random sleep to this unit test that is testing for random dependencies. It decided to randomly add a 3/4 of a second sleep just in the middle of that. Why not? Just, sure, go do that. So, is the MetaQuest headset lighter than a Vision Pro? I don't know the specifics. It might be. I don't know. catching up here. Can you use that instead of a monitor? Yes. Yes. So the app I use specifically, let me go back over here. The app I use is called Immersed, and immersed.com will get you they're trying to push about the visor, their headset, but it lets you put screens up in virtual space that you can work with. We should have gotten Pueblo, Colorado loading in there. What is that? That's not Phoenix. There we go. Yeah, we got Pueblo, Colorado loaded in. So, yep. So, Ergenrod, you saw the Chaos Monkey dropped in your little bit of fun change there. Thank you. So, the only thing I would caution you about using a headset like this, it's pretty good when you're in an isolated space. Like there's a little bit of a cultural weirdness if you have your VR headset on and you're in a coffee shop and you're doing this. That's a little weird. Folks don't like that too much. Be aware. So, but like sitting in an office, sitting in my home here, sitting in a hotel room where you're not carrying around your displays, carrying around just the VR headset. It's smaller, it fits in your bag, and you still have that productivity when you're on the road. You never tried yours in a coffee shop? No. I have seen people use their VR headset on a plane. It still looks weird. There's nobody sitting in front of you, but when the flight staff comes around and they go to, would you like a beverage from the cart? It doesn't work. So, will using the Immersed app allow me to completely do away with physical monitors? Yes. Yes, it does. You don't need any monitors. It will work with 0 to 1 monitor on your machine. And you will be able to then work with as many monitors as you would like. At that point, monitors, displays in virtual space. Yes, you do need to get your machine up and running and then connect to it. Yeah. So C# Titan with a follow-up question here. Do you feel fatigued wearing the glasses for long periods? Because you're not moving, you're sitting still and you're looking around in space. No. I'm used to it now, and I can wear it for a good 6-8 hours working, no problem. It's even better if you turn on the pass-through so you can see past your displays and you're still in the real world. So that definitely lasts longer. Is the app good for gaming? There is a little bit of a delay, so virtual desktop works a lot better for that. If you hardwire your connection to your PC, yes, you're still going to get some delay. It's not as noticeable as when you run wirelessly. So you have choices doing that. People were wearing the Vision Pro while driving, and that was scary as hell to see, to be frank. Like, no. Hey, Stefan, hello. Welcome in. I'll bring the map back up for some of our friends to see. So we've got folks tuning in from all over the states. They've shared their location. We only plot when folks share their location in chat, and you greet us and say, hey, I'm watching from, good morning, good afternoon, from whatever it might be. So there you go. Nollian in Austin, Texas. Thank you so much. Can you connect them to your PC, or do they always have batteries? McNets, you can plug in a power cable. However, the way that the Quest headset works, it will still draw down power even though it's plugged in when you're working and using that. What are we making today? There's a couple projects that I want to talk about that are kind of in flight on our stream here. There you go. Thanks so much.
WOP Artimorad. Fritz's code has achieved tactical significance.
It has it?
Initiating defensive programming protocols.
Okay. Thank you, Charlie. That's Charlie, my chatbot. Charlie knows how to quote various less than savory folks from pop culture. Joshua from War Games is one of them. And I rolled out a new one last night. And I'm from Philadelphia, and it happens to be a longtime character that was introduced in the 70s from Philadelphia.
Chad laughs now, but soon they'll face the compiler's judgment.
Yes. Jigsaw has the ability to insert itself here. There was another feature, some longtime viewers might guess at this. There was a feature that was suggested on my last stream on Tuesday for Charlie that I did add last night while I was tuning and improving this.
30 years ago, after the Apollo Creed deployment, I said to myself, I says, Mickey, you're a has-been trainer. But not you, Fritz. You're a gonna be.
Oh, I see. I'm a gonna be. That's right. Rocky, Mickey, you'll see messages from them pop up as well. There is a cooldown on those. The map is, quite frankly, we had people that would, and you see this on many different streams. We had folks that would drop in and say, hey, I'm watching from, good morning from, and I thought, wouldn't it be fun to be able to share some of those locations on a map somehow and have some fun about that? Does Charlie now know how to insult other AIs and pick the right one? I don't know. Why don't you tell Charlie about one of the wonderful folks, that wonderful AI that you like? Just end the sentence with the location. For some reason, words after that location, it doesn't always pick up quite right. But welcome in. Thank you for tuning in from Serbia. Charlie does get a little, yeah, it tried to search for Serbia, then XD. So, and Charlie does know how to take a picture of my hat and tell you what it is. So, yeah, Stefan, it didn't, if you just shorten your sentence to
Ghost hat confirmed.
That's right. Not just the location, but like good afternoon from Serbia. Yeah, sure, go ahead. It doesn't analyze. Yeah, see how UNESCO did? So, yeah, there we go. And now we got a pin for you there. And I don't list the folks with their pin on the channel. So, yeah. So, it's just a fun little bit of, right? And as you saw, you can be as accurate or as inaccurate as you'd like. So, there we go. How you doing? August 2 in the Philippines. How you doing? Thank you so much for sharing. 10:09 p.m. Hope you're having a good evening out there. So, I'll give it just a little bit more here. One of the features that I have to take care of, that I need to do, I want to make the map visible on a public site so that when I'm not showing the map on stream, you can still go poke around and see it. And then you actually can interact and zoom in and zoom out and run the tour if you'd like as well, right? So, working for some US clients. Okay. Hey, Loviz, tuning in from Atlanta. Ken Sunny, you have to kind of kind of greet us and say, hey, I'm watching from, good morning, good evening from Soweto in South Africa, and it will do the plot. Charlie detects the location text in your messages using regular expressions. And I've done a bunch to try and make those regular expressions very robust. And it actually does the regular expression detection in like 3 milliseconds. Even though it's running through like 24 regular expressions, it picks it up quick. So, could I host it on the GitHub pages? Maybe. I would need to stand up a service somewhere that would host the data source for the locations. Doable. So, you've been hearing from people that they don't want to use .NET because it feels bloated. Yeah, whatever. Exceldro, welcome in. How you doing in the Netherlands there? There you go, Ken Sonny. There we go. So, if .NET feels bloated, you haven't used enough JavaScript yet. Because the number of packages and add-ons, if you just want to start a website, it's thousands of packages. Like if you think C# is bloated, you ain't seen nothing yet. So take a look at some other things and then come back to me and tell you what you think. Yeah, that's right. So Exceldro actually, I believe I fixed that in a series of updates that I did last night to the map. So there was a bug up until last night where if you had an emote after your location, it wouldn't locate it properly. There's a little bit more work I need to do on that, it looks like. So, yeah, there you go. Thank you so much for the follow. Yeah. So, yeah, great work. Exceldro, right, you might know from, as streamers, you might know from some of the great plugins that they put together for OBS. What am I doing? How you doing, Chris? We're going to be talking about, so there's two things that I want to get into and have some fun with here. So, I've got a problem with YAML. You know YAML, yet another markup language. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. The spaces and the dashes, and do I put a colon here? Do I put quotes here? What do I do? Right? Please do something all. But so I do try to keep things clean and safe for work, Stefan. So respectfully, I'm going to deny that, but just know that we don't do any swearing in some of those things here. So that's all. Nothing against you personally, but we want to make sure everybody is good with that. Cool. Thank you so much. So, yes, I do work for Microsoft. So I don't like all that stupid markup that you have to do for YAML. So why don't we just do a markup language that is only tabs? And as a goof, we started writing TAML, Tab Annotated Markup Language. And if you want to see more about this, I will share the link. This is an updated spec. I started working on this 6 years ago, stopped, and then got back into working with this using Copilot to help with generate some of this. Exactly. It started as a goof, but the more and more we iterated on it, it was like, wait a sec. This isn't too bad. Like, the fact that I started working on a joke project, and I could throw it over to the AI and not waste my time on it and let the AI go iterate on it. Like, awesome. Patty Boy with the gift subs.
Paddy Boy 66 just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you so much for those 5 gift subs into the channel. Congratulations, Cassiopeia 87, Dom Blocks, Digital Drummer J, Neunmal Elf, and Mick Weiss. You just got gift subscriptions from our friend Patty Boy. Really appreciate that. Thank you for the follow, Jay. So, like, just throw this over and let the AI kind of iterate it and give me some ideas. And holy smokes, it actually might be something. M. Pulowski, how you doing there? Hope the weather is letting up where you are there. Napalm in Pittsburgh. I'll bring the map back up in a minute. So I want to talk a little bit about this. When folks talk about YAML, the conversation is, oh, it's so easy to read. This is TAML, Tab Annotated Markup Language. The only characters that you need are tabs and carriage returns. I haven't canned too many projects, C# Titan. Not wrong. I've got a lot of projects floating out there in different states. But this, when you look at that, right? And as somebody who prefers writing text content with tabs, that's beautiful. Right? Key value pairs are separated by tabs. By one or more tabs. Line it up however you'd like. New key value pairs are separated by a carriage return, by a new line. And I can do a list with a key value, indent one more level, and then key value pairs. And so on and so forth. So database, key value pair, top level information, and then that actually should be indented twice. I think it is. So it's indented a second time, and so now we know that these are child items of a connection. And then we have an array of features and then just one item. So for accessibility, that's pretty easy to read. Similar to the ideas of an ini file with less markup. Like, I can put that in front of a non-technical person and they know what's going on, right? So key value pairs, real easy to see. Nested structures, sure. And then a list, yep, absolutely. You can comment things out with a hash on the first line, so you can add some notation. You can reference a null with a tilde, double quotes, to indicate empty string, right? So generated some documentation, generated some implementations. Is this Python? Right? It feels very Python. It does, except it's tabs. So, and I had it generate a Python implementation. I had it generate a Node implementation. And of course, because I'm a C# person, I had to generate some C#. So I've got content. I've got a way to do all this. Fantastic. It's been so much fun to build, and like I said, it started off as a goof. But the more that I look at a document like that, like, man. So, Stefan, what I want to do is I want to record a video introducing this. I want to create some more libraries that allow folks to use this easily for configuration files on different programming languages. Right now, I just have a serializer and interpreter for these. I did generate a little bit of a spec that's out here that describes here's all the values, right? I'll share the link to this repository again so you can take a look. But a friend of ours, Aaron, asked about, well, what about escaping values, right? If we want to put tabs in our values or new lines, how should we do that? Well, my thinking, right? So I had a couple of ideas, and I bounced them off of Copilot, right? You might use ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude. I'm a Copilot person. I bounced my ideas off of Copilot, and this was an idea that I thought worked best. What if we introduce a way to effectively turn off the parser by putting an ellipsis, 3 periods? Whatever's on the next line, and it must be tabbed in at least one more than the level that the ellipsis was. Whatever's on that next line is escaped. Tabs are fine there. Hashes are fine there. Whatever's on that next line, the parser ignores. So, and then you turn the parser back on by resuming the previous tab level. What do you think, chat? What do you think? Mythin with the resub. Thank you so
The
much.
Chin01 just resubscribed for 51 months.
51
Hello, Jeff.
months.
Good
My
morning,
goodness.
good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is in your part of the world.
Yes. Thank you so much, Mythin. Really appreciate 4 years and more with us. So if it was me, it would just make people use /t/n. Right? Stefan, that's not... Sure. So kind of like multi-line string literals, but without the triple quotes. Is it Jan? That was my thinking as well. Kind of like triple, the triple quote string literal. So Jay asks, what would be the use case for this? So I've got some examples. I'm so glad you asked. Let me head back over to the code. I have an examples folder. I asked Copilot to generate some examples for me, right? Like, and they're in the Tamil format. So, like, look at this. Your non-technical grandmother, your non-technical aunts, to be able to write a recipe that looks like this. Like, okay, I don't have the right number of tabs between these things. So they're kind of misaligned. But looking at my example page here, let me go down. Right, game level design. Sure, we can look at that one. Recipe database. It's still not lined up quite right. But that's something that they can read. And a machine can parse really easily. You don't need to do, right, curly braces and quotes and colons and semicolons and square brackets. For non-technical folks, managing all of that markup is confusing. This is really easy. Chris, it is. I think it's so easy to pick up. The only challenge that I'm trying to work through in my head, and you can see it here, is that the tabs going across, if you want them to line up, when you change tab sizes, might not always line up correctly. I haven't, Mythin, and I know I need to do that. I will get some feedback back to you probably tomorrow, because today's a full day here on the front page of Twitch. I will get back to you, I promise. Exceldro says this keeps it more readable than other escape methods. I think you're right. So, right, you can take a look at the examples here. I did some formatting for like a web server config. Like, look at that. Folks who use YAML like it because it's very readable. However, it will fail validation quickly if you put a tab in the middle of these things. So, Bald Bearded Builder, we were just talking about that. So let me go back here, and Stefan, you have a very good question. Let me come back to that. So what about multi-line strings? And the idea that I floated was using a triple period. Right? I'll drop a link to this issue in chat, so if you're out there and you want to take a look and read a little bit further into my thinking, this is not implemented. But my thinking is, if we use triple period, and the next line, the parser is turned off, and it will continue to be turned off until you de-dent, right? You out-dent the next line. So, right, I can do multi-line content like this because I've turned off the parser by putting that triple dot. Ozturk, I'm going to pin that question. We'll come back to that in just a second. I will come back to that in just a second. Lundo Spark comments, it's an Hanselman's law that says if you have a problem and you use regex, then you have problems plural. Nah, it's not that bad at all. I do work at Microsoft. I work in the developer division. Let me see here. Why aren't there 1,000 stars? Tell your friends, tell your families, tell your pets. It started as a goof. There's clearly a little bit more that we need to add in order to get this to work. So can we escape the triple period? If you need to actually place a triple period, I would suggest putting it in quotes. Put it in quotes. So, with a name like C# Fritz, you'd think I worked for Apple. No, not at all. So to Jay's question, what's the use case for this? I don't have anything specific because it started as a joke. But the more I read and expose my eyes to it, right? The more that I look at some of these document samples, that's not bad. That's not bad. The only catch is no spaces. If you put a space in the file, it will be treated as literal text. So REST documentation, yeah, I gotta fix the well, actually, some of that's not too bad. But you can clearly see, like here, right? You probably want that lined up. You don't need to, but you probably want that lined up. I'm trying to think of a way to maybe put a directive in the file to force a specific tab size. I don't know. The syntax looks too good to be true. Well, thank you. It's clearly very early in the definition of this. I wanted to share that description of to exactly what Bald Bearded Builder was questioning. Well, how do you do multi-lines? How do you do some of these other things? So how can we use this? Exceldro, I would be happy to take a pull request. Heck, we can even let's just assign it to Copilot to do that. We need a C implementation of a parser and validator of Tamil. Yeah, let's just say that. Come on, turn on my dictation. We need a parser in the C programming language that will be able to read Tamil content and write Tamil content by serializing and deserializing objects appropriately. Period. I'd also like a validator that will let me know if valid Tamil content has been submitted. Period. New line. New line. I'd also like to be able to have some conversion methods with that serializer that will let me convert easily from JSON, XML, and YAML format to Tamil. Let's just clean up some of the markup here. I'm just going to copy that so I can paste this over here. I get it. I get it. So, and I'm just going to assign this to Copilot. Oh, wait. 1 second here. Write this library into a child folder called C. Yeah, I didn't think that would work. There we go. It says write instead of write. Uh-oh. Read it. Oh, you're right. You're right. Let's fix that real quick. Cool. And let's just assign it to Copilot. Go. And it's going to give us something that hopefully gets 60 to 80% there. I'll ask for folks to review it, and then we'll merge it in. Done. Done. Like, I don't need to get lost in the sauce on that. Somebody asked, hey, can we have a Rust implementation? Sure. I had it generate a Rust implementation. You can take a look at what it wrote. I'm not familiar with Rust. So if you know Rust and you'd like to comment on it, let me know. Tell me what you think. There's no way Copilot gets that right first time. You might be surprised. You added a comment on the issue? Which issue? The escape for this one? The C implementation. Help me out. The Rust issue, not the PR. What do we got? Will be worth making this work with CERD, as that seems to be a general serialization framework. I don't know. I'm not a Rust person. Maybe? I don't know. I would take somebody else's recommendation on that. Jan says not related to Tamil, but I'm glad GitHub decided against. Yeah, we touched on that briefly. And I'll to recap in very brief statement. I appreciate that they need to cover their costs in how they run the GitHub service. I appreciate that. I think there's better ways to recoup some of that cost without going and charging folks that are quite literally taking their build process and running it off-site. Like, they're already not using the VMs and processes that you manage. So there's a better way to do this. Let's do a little bit more review and investigation. They did listen. Yep. So that type of responsiveness is what you're looking for from a company when folks say we don't like this. That's exactly what you're looking for. Now let's see what they come back with. I'm hopeful. Stefan says this is the right way to use AI. Let it handle readmes and all that jazz that a human will review. Yep, totally agree. Totally agree. So I had it generate a nice readme, and you can tell it is because of all the emotes. So, let me hit a couple questions here. Ramtena with a question about Tamil. Does the amount of tabs between the label and the value matter? Or can we add extra tabs to line up values? Yes, you're exactly right. The number of tabs between a key and a value doesn't matter. It needs to be at least one, and you can have it go as far across as you would like to where you'd like to line up your value. So you can see it here right in the quick example in the README. The application name is 1 tab over, but the version is 2 tabs, and so is the author, so they line up nicely on the same column. So, right? Makes it real easy to see that lined up there. It's pleasing to my eyes, right? So that's kind of the idea there. Thanks for the question. Now, for those of you who haven't been, who aren't familiar with my streams, when you see me put up a lower third like that, that's going to drop a clip. It's going to drop a link. Oh, no, it's not. To the YouTube in my Discord. I'm going to need to update that after. So, hello, welcome in. Let me catch up. So Stefan had a question. Well, what about file sizes? File size is really small already. So, like, some of these documents are like 4K. And when they compress, they'll see 50 to 70% compression because of the number of tabs that are in there that it's able to compress out. So you're going to see good compression. You are going to see small file sizes because it doesn't have that littering of all this other markup inside your file. So yeah, we're doing pretty good on that one. Ozturk had a question for us. What internet browser do I use? Should they use, and why? So I use Firefox a lot because some of these other browsers all use the same Chromium browser engine, and my belief, my approach is that I want to ensure that there is a broad browser market where there is innovation. There are folks that are pushing the boundaries of what you can do with browsers, and by encouraging the development and the use of other browsers, like in my case Firefox, it's going to keep some of those Chromium vendors honest. Now, when it comes to businessy things, I use Edge. Not just because I work for Microsoft, but Edge has been well documented to be a lot better manager of privacy information, and it also handles logins and profiles for corporate environments much better than any other browser. So I use Firefox on my personal devices, but when I need to do anything for work, I switch over to Edge. That also allows me to keep the two things separate. So thanks for the question. Really appreciate it, Ozturk. And hope you're having a fantastic day. Oh my goodness. How you doing there? There's my friend Ellie Face. Did it grab? There's Pleasant Gap. The Darien Gap. No. Couldn't find that one. How you doing, my friend? Dr. Cox, greetings to you. So we've got 34 locations pinned out on the map so far. Lots of folks chiming in. I'll start with the folks up. Got to catch up on Pluribus. Yes. Yes. Right, that's down in here. I am caught up on Pluribus. Had a fantastic time watching it over the weekend. So, excellent show. Excellent. So, Ramtenna with a pin on Baltimore. Will I give Ladybird browser a shot once it comes out? I have heard of it, and yeah, why not? Sure. So, you use a Chromium called Ungoogled just for watching YouTube with an ad blocker? I definitely hear that. I definitely hear that. Yeah. So, we're going to be getting back into, let me catch up here. Jay had a question for, oh, now see the overlay didn't actually read that, but it will. I'm a big fan of the Gladys quotes. It didn't even write that one to the I wonder if that's because of the global cooldown. I have a global cooldown out there. No. There. She loves to just find a unique island and place it. Place her little sword there. All right. Next time you're heading to Straya? Yeah, hey, Ravnos, hello. So we were talking about the Tamil markup. You love Zen based on Firefox? Okay. Developers, Zara, welcome. So there's more to discuss and figure out here. There was a question. Let me make sure I grab that. From the queue. Where'd it go? Could you potentially use 2 tabs to enter into clear text mode? No, because
Remember, the promise of cake motivates test subjects.
oh, does it?
Unlike your code, which motivates only despair and exception handlers. Test chamber complete. Results: your code quality declined by 47%.
Ow.
Please proceed to the cake acquisition disappointment room.
Thanks, Charlie. So the reason you can't use 2 tabs is because multiple tabs after a key has started are not, they're shrunk down to just 1. It's 1 or more tabs between key and value. So that was a thought that I had kicked around also, but because there's already something there, putting the triple period kind of, it is very clear that we're turning off the parser for the next line. So yeah, it was an idea that was bounced around. Sam asks, are we not on YouTube today? No, we are on the front page of Twitch for the next 6 hours or so. So you will see us for the whole day right there on the front page. I know it plotted that, Lazy Dev. I know it did. Because somebody, yep, it did. Somebody had requested that location previously. It's right there. Just outside Ann Arbor. Who knew? So, Surly Dev trying to get the California.
Jahab just resubscribed for 80
Johan,
months.
80 months with us. Whoo. Thank you so much. I don't think it's... Did it? No, Surly Dev, I already have you in Lancashire. Yep, it did plot Johan in the Netherlands. I should have. There we go. You got your own lower third? Are you basically famous now? Yes. Tell your friends, tell your families, you were on TV. Happy Friday Eve from Indianapolis. How you doing, Robert Tables? It did not plot that. Try it again.
Your code reminds me of one of Mr. Stark's early Iron Man suits, Fritz.
It does?
Functional in theory, catastrophic in practice.
Man. All right. How you doing there, Robert Tables? Good to see you. Hell being in Michigan makes sense since the devil went down to Georgia. Oh, Alou. There you go. Pan George. Yeah, we got a pin there in Poland for you. So I'll kick off the tour so you can see some of the folks that have chimed in here. So I'm going to leave Tamil where it is. And we're going to go over and I want to do some work on our command line tool that we've been building called CodeMedic. So, did I ever have someone say hello from Antarctica? Yes, but it was a goof. Yes. And it does place one down there. So, there's a couple locations that are queued up. You can see right there. So, after the tour completes, it'll plot those locations. So, it's funny, the indicators kind of drift as it zooms. So, oh yeah, it'll plot Colombia, absolutely. Give me a greeting that says that you're watching from there, and it will absolutely plot from Colombia. I am tracking St. Jude donations live on stream. Yes. So, there we go. And it plotted a couple more there. Right? There's Finland. I don't know what the other one was that it just plotted. So, where did it go? I had the Tiltify up, and I had my dashboard just, yeah, there we go. So, yep, Ergenrod activated the Chaos Monkey and changed up our code a little bit in Code Medic. We'll be diving in there. There was a question. I want to make sure I grab that. Oh, Exceldro with a question here about Tamil. When you use the triple period markup, will the ending new line be part of the data? No. New lines are not part of... new lines that end a value are not included. So if you did a new line and an empty new line, it would include the new line at that point, is the proposal. That's a valid point there. So, yeah. All right, Jay got the own lower third. Columbia, we can put one up there. How you doing there, Thin Doll? We are on the front page again. Yes, indeed. Always a pleasure to welcome in some of our new friends that are discovering me for the first time, watching, tuning in. And yeah, we've got about 41 locations pinned from various friends that have chimed in here on stream. So really appreciate you out there for sharing as much or as little of your location as possible. No pressure to. No, come on, Thin Doll. You know that's not going to work. You like the hat, Foa? So, Charlie will tell you a little bit more about this hat. So, Larry dropping a pin there on Nashville. There you go. Charlie, my chatbot's going to tell you about the hat. So, thank you for the cheer. Apatoria
Adef cheered 100. Thanks.
There you go. Anonymous with a $25 dono to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. There you go. And the Chaos Monkey is in effect. So for those of you that don't know, there is a Chaos Monkey that you can activate when you make a $5 or more donation to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, and it will drop into the project that we're working on right now. Yeah, called Code Medic. We'll share the link to that in just a little bit here. And the Chaos Monkey will make a change to our code. And you're going to see this disappear in just a second. And it looks like the Chaos Monkey renamed this method for maximum entertainment thanks to Anonymous's donation. Parsify the project async. Really? Thank you for the follow, Larry. Appreciate you joining us. So who's the mod in the middle of the Atlantic? Who do you think? It's LA Face. So there you go. Gorilla Guy, appreciate the follow. We are at $2,700. $2,720. Whoa! CTI Geek is going to do a match? Is it? Do I have? So there is a match that you can announce on through the Tiltify site. CTI Geek is going to match all donations made in the next 10 minutes up to $100. Friends, make a donation. You can help the kids at St. Jude. There are other redemptions that you can, other incentives that you can participate in out there. Not just activate the Chaos Monkey. You can turn off Link for the rest of the stream. Patty Boy with a $10 dono. You can buy your own quote. Charlie will say whatever you want. We will create a quote for you and add it into the chat bot. It needs to be clean, safe for work, and it needs to meet some of our constraints here. But you can put your own quote into the Charlie chat bot. You can rename all the variables in a file to single letters. That's your choice. For $50, you can force me to shut off Copilot for the rest of the stream. And at $75, I have a bunch of emotes out here. I have a couple logos. You can make a donation, and I will have one of those hats that you see me wear on stream made and sent out to you from the emotes that I have here. The C# logo and the Aspire logo. So all the tools that we're building here, we're building using Aspire. You're going to see more about that as we get into this. So the Chaos Monkey is in effect changing a method name to a pun. Really? Oh no. What did you do? Get version in the version utility. Okay. Okay. I see you. Thank you so much. Findall with the $100 dono. Whoa! Thank you so much for that support. That is phenomenal. That's gonna and redeeming for a new toy for the hospital play areas. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Internet pirate, welcome in. Hello, hello. While this is, it didn't show your message. I hear you don't like money. No, don't like money at all. No. Sorry. Thank you so much, Thindoll. Really appreciate that. So we've passed the 2750 milestone. Excuse me. And at that milestone, I believe, if I remember correctly, I promised to do a Rainbow Beard stream. If we get that to 3,000, if we get that number to 3,000, I will do a Rainbow Beard for the rest of the time that we're on the front page today. Okay? I know we're already going to see CTI Geek with a match. Thank you so much for that generous match. Steven with a $100 donut. I guess we're going to be coloring our beard for the rest of the stream. Oh boy. Thank you so much, Steven, for that $100 dono. Oh my gosh. I'm literally getting I'm getting goosebumps. Thank you. Thank you so much. That is so generous. Your very comment there is thank you, Fritz. You're very welcome. That was you. Oh my gosh. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for that very generous donation. So, yes, the Chaos Monkey is going to town here. And Foha was asking, does it use an LLM to do that? Yes. In fact, I've published the source code for the Chaos Monkey. If you're interested in checking that out, because we're developers, of course we're interested. It's out here on my GitHub. And if I scroll down a little bit, 85 other repositories. Really? Really? Go into my, because I just worked on it this week. Code Chaos Monkey, there we go. And you can see exactly how this is built if you want to tinker with that. There's the link in chat for you. So it does use an LLM. There is an agent definition here. And to your point, it looks like it's doing a complete local refactor. Kind of. Because what I have told it to do, right here in these guidelines, keep the mutations entertaining but harmless. preserve the existing functionality, make sure that it compiles and still works. So it did do a refactor because it renamed a method and went and updated that method in the other places. So it did a little bit of a refactor there for it, to be sure. You're right. And I appreciate that because it means that the monkey isn't actually breaking things. These are fun, interesting things. So, oh my goodness, McNets is asking me with a channel point redemption to change hats. Let's do that. I do have... Where'd it go? Where did it go? I was wearing it yesterday. Oh, there it is. We'll go Christmassy. We'll go a little Christmassy. There you go. Thank you so much for the channel point redemption. Let me see here. Yeah. All right. And completed. There you go. So that's the Chaos Monkey, and it's going to town doing something else now. You can actually see it's in my fork of the CodeMedic library. You can see the issue that it's created. Make something nullable that shouldn't be. So there's what it's doing. It's processing right now and working somewhere here locally. What did you do? Chaos Monkey forces us to handle null bulls with the double. Oh no. Yeah. Made this nullable even though it shouldn't be. Thanks to Thindall. Look at that. Alright. Privacy is a state of mind. Maybe it's private, maybe it's not. Because that's nullable now. Code with Sean, how you doing there? Hello, I'll bring up the map while the Chaos Monkey is spinning through our code. There's a pin for you in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Welcome in, how you doing, my friend? We just changed hats, thanks to McNetz's channel point redemption there. So, lots of folks watching the stream today. Thank you so much, everybody, for chiming in and dropping your locations. And yes, even at Sao Miguel Island. My goodness. So, let's get into... We're gonna... There you go, Mythin. With another pin in the Netherlands. The Chaos Monkey is busy. What are you changing up here, friend? I've got some merges to do here now. And I don't like that. We're going to do a little bit of AI work with CodeMedic in just a few minutes here. I'm almost done my coffee, too. That's a bad thing. This early? What are we going to do with that? So... it looks like it's done, and yes, it's published a bunch of changes. I see what you've done here, and I don't like it. Let's merge some of this stuff and get back to what I was working on. Or did it? I think it did. All right, fine. Publish that. So now when you look at the commits, right, Chaos Monkey is completing the task, and you can see in the issues, right, these are the issues on my version of the CodeMedic repository. You can see it's thinking as the agent was going through and doing this. And, right, it made sure that all the tests pass. So, there you go. Lots of unnecessary null checks and nullable types everywhere. Thanks. Thanks. There we go. How you doing there, M. Pulowski with the pin there in Washington? So, there's lots of ways that I like to use Copilot to help me write code. Not necessarily generate all my code, but to help me write code. Hold that thought. No, let me kick this off, and then I'm gonna do what I promised. I think. No. I need to know where we left off. I forget where we left off on this project, comma. Take a look at the recent commits in this branch and update me with the current status, some of the current thinking and progress towards the feature that we were building. And I'm going to let that run for just a little bit and give us a summary and a direction of where we're going. We are at $2,930 out there for the kids, the friends, the families at St. Jude. If we get that over 3,000 during this stream, the rest of the stream, I will color my beard. I will do the rainbow color beard. So I have purple, I have blue, I have rose gold, and I have pink. Those are the colors that I have with me. Not with me, that I have at home. I didn't make it out and get the gold color here. You see it's coding, but that's about all you can grasp here. That's okay. King John 14. We're going to have some fun with this, to be sure. So, what is the St. Jude total at now? 2930 is where we're at. So I am offering just a spot challenge right now. If we get to 3,000, that rainbow beard that I promised I would do in a stream, if we get to 3,000, I will dye my beard now. And for the rest of the stream, I will have a rainbow beard here live on the front page of Twitch. But there is there's a milestone here at 3,000. So next week we're going to be building a Lego Game Boy on stream. We get to 3,000 and Mrs. C Sharp Fritz, my wife, will join us as well. Will I dye it live on the air? I need to use the mirror and stuff, so I will need to step away for 2-3 minutes to get that set up. What are you doing over here? I got the Discord notification. Yeah. That's fine. Good for you. I don't need to see that right now. All right. Can I briefly explain how you set up and are using the MCP server? Sure, we can talk about that, and that's exactly what we're building right now. So let me head back over and we'll talk about where MCP is one of these AI topics that folks can get a little confused by. So MCP is Model Context Protocol. It's a way for you to expose a set of tools to an artificial intelligence model, right? A large language model like you might see with Copilot or Claude or Gemini. And what you're able to do then is have not just the AI do its non-deterministic exploration of things, but you can tell it to use a tool and it will get that fixed response that we as developers kind of expect from our code. So that's something that then can make our language models much more compelling to work with, because it's then able to do things and get the same response every time. So what we're adding here to CodeMedic, and CodeMedic is an application, it's a command line tool that we're building with C# that lets us analyze our projects, get a series of health reports coming out of it. We have it doing vulnerability checking against the vulnerability reports for NuGet packages that we use in .NET. We also have it reporting back the various licenses for the packages that you're using. We have it reporting back. Yep. It's not going to give you the new hat yet. Thank you so much for the follow. But it's also going to let you know if a package has potentially gone stale. Folks aren't maintaining that package anymore. It'll give you a report of those as well. So that hat detection, it's going to reset here in a couple minutes, and we'll be able to try it again. So the MCP server, there's an SDK, there's a software development kit that we can use that enhances our .NET applications very quickly and allows us to expose this functionality. So that's right. The Chaos Monkey it's calling the Copilot command line through PowerShell. Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're adding the model context protocol reference, and then we're starting to configure those features that are in CodeMedic that we're going to expose that the language model is then able to execute. And we're walking through configuring that process now. So it's going to use standard I/O, so standard input-output at the command line, to be able to interact with those things. So it exists, but it's incomplete. It is configured and initialized. Server metadata is set up, but the command handlers right now aren't wired up yet. So we're going to get that dialed in here in just a minute. And hopefully do something fun with that. I am not Chris Funk. Ooh, I need to come back to that. Stop the press. That's something. That's definitely something I'm going to be interested in. How do you know if the prompt you provide to Copilot is too large? That's a really good question, and I don't know. That's a really good question. I would believe that Copilot would come back and reject it and say there's too much information here. However, I suspect that it would summarize the prompt. Do it a first pass to summarize the prompt and use that meta prompt. I suspect it would do that. I don't know if it would. When you're using Copilot, and you see this with other AI tools, when you're using them, they'll come back and say they're summarizing conversation history when the context is too large. When the prompt and the other things it's referencing are too large for it to consume in a single prompt. So that we know is out there. Submitting a prompt that is too large, I'm not quite sure about. That's a really good question. In the Discord, Chris Funk has dropped me a message here in the general channel. That's really interesting. So I am an influencer. I do have ambassador roles with a couple different organizations, notably, and I'll put them on now, notably with Gunner Optics. I've got my Echo glasses on here. So there's a bunch of deals right now on the Gunner glasses. And if you click through and use my link on my chat, on my channel page, you can get a discount on glasses. I don't have a Gunner's command. I need one. I need a Gunner's command out there. I also need the ability to create commands. Yeah. I do. So, Let me see here. President Not Sure says, yeah, you can keep going and going with your chat threads, and they just summarize at various points. They do. And so you lose some of the detail at that point. Plus R27 says, I defaulted to using VS Code because there's no monochrome theme for Visual Studio. Okay. You can make that. You can make that. And you can provide feedback to them that you'd like one. So we're going through and we're going to add an MCP to the Code Medic. It also says there have been some Chaos Monkey commits. So Copilot knows that it's been messing with us. And Copilot, quite frankly,
60% of the time, it works every time.
That's right. 60% of the time, it works every time. You defaulted to using Vim and NeoVim because you like it. Cool. If that makes you happy, fantastic. A lot of folks like VS Code. A lot of folks like Visual Studio. They simplify and make some of those tools and things accessible to folks. And autocomplete, syntax suggestions, really a nice part. You made your own theme, but it's much easier in VS Code than Visual Studio. It is. But the Visual Studio theming has been improving. So, would I like to continue implementing the MCP command handler? Well, that's yes, but I don't want your help doing it right now. Thank you so much. So, in my root command handler, this is the top of my application. This is my entry point. And this, I do realize this class is getting a little bit big. I don't like code files with hundreds of lines here, so I might need to do some refactoring on this. So, Version. So there are plugins that we can define, and right now I haven't published the plugin specification for this, but it's going to load the various commands and features that I have defined internal to the project. And let me grab the link to this project. Now I control clicked you. Why didn't you go there? Yeah, now you're going to go in that. Sure. Here's the link to the project if you'd like to take a look. And you can see the issues that we're working through here. This one is the one we're doing right now. So, ooh, that's a good idea. Prevent the terminal hang, memory, or CPU spikes when analyzing. Tested on 40,000 lines of code with dozens of package references. NuGet feeds include public Microsoft. It would help greatly to skip or contain issues around those, or potential perf issue. Yeah. So, loving the AI, John. That's a very good point. We need to dial back in performance considerations. We've been just kind of floating and building features, but we're gonna have to get back there. You use Visual Studio and VS Code at the same time. You get more model choices in VS Code. They're gonna snap to the same release schedule on those. You'll see that happen. Thank you for the follow, Foha. Appreciate that. Right. 47 locations on the tour right now from the various folks. Look at that. Europe is kind of covered up by our event list there from St. Jude. And look, Ellie's just floating out there in the middle of the Atlantic all by herself. Just this sword floating in the water. So, moderators get their little sword floating out there. Folks that are subscribed get the rainbow-colored hat with the propeller. And other folks get the purple cap out there in your part of the world. So, all right. Diving back in, let's take a look. So, if there is a request in CodeMedic to start the MCP server, right? Oh, wait a sec. That's not necessarily... Hang on. hang on. We should do the check if it's if you've requested the MCP server and exit after we've configured it. Like, just configure it and be done. Yeah. Well, no, not just that. Right? I thought you put a curly brace around that. No, there we go. And you come over here, and that. Cool. So it'll configure the MCP server and return 0. All right. So down in here, here's where we're configuring the options. And we need to define the command handler and how it's going to pivot and activate the various plugins that we have available and expose them for the AI to be able to call, right? We need to let it know, here are the tools that are available, here are the arguments that are available. We might be able to do that with a little bit of reflection. And reflection, when starting this up, should run very quickly. Hey, Cy Gamma, good morning to you. With everything with VS Code going on, is there even a need for Visual Studio? Visual Studio has that complete IDE experience where performance testing and project conversion and some other advanced features are dialed in there so that you can use a more complete system. Oh my goodness! M. Pulowski with the dono. $100 into the mix and requesting a custom hat. Fantastic. Thank you so much for that support. I'm going to need to step away for a minute here. I'm going to need to step away for a little bit. Thank you so much for that $100 donation, officially above 3,000. Yes, indeed. And the Chaos Monkey is at it again. Let's get that rainbow beard going. All right. All right. And you'd like an Aspire hat. I will make that happen. Yes. At the $75 donation, you can request one of my custom hats from one of my emotes, the Aspire logo, the C# logo. I will put that together and send it out to you. I'm going to be going to the custom shop this weekend. I've got 3 hats to put together now, and I'll be sending out. Thank you so much for that support. Officially above 3,000, so I'm going to need to color this beard here. I'm not going to lie. Going to need to color the beard. And Mrs. C# Fritz is going to join us for our Lego stream. Thank you so much for your support out there. One thing that can I humble brag for a second? Because I was absolutely tickled pink to see this. Let me grab the link over here. And I don't where did it go? Here. The creative season, that's what they call the St. Jude fundraiser is referred to for the December month. If we take a look here, right, they only wanted to raise $100,000. We've already raised, as a Twitch community, we've already raised $151,000. But down here, we are now number 6 in the world in our fundraiser. Thank you. Thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate that. Glavin, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you joining us. So, yeah, big dancing emotes there in chat. Absolutely, Johan. Absolutely. Foha agrees with me that Visual Studio offers more advanced features. Yes, and not everybody needs those, but that's, if you want them, they're there. And the debugger in full Visual Studio is much more capable. There's much more that you can do with it. Older monolithic projects do play nicer with full Visual Studio. Yes. Here's what I'm going to do, chat. I got to get made up. I'm going to step into the bathroom over here, and Stephen Tobe would agree with that. I think Stephen would. And I'm going to color the beard here. I'm going to drop a message in the announcements on my Discord. And let's see here. And I'm going to drop a message over here.
You have to let it all go at Magnets.
You do.
Fear, doubt, disbelief. Free your mind, and your code will follow.
Yeah. So let's mention that there, and I'm going to put this in the announcements. All right, I will be right back. Give me about 2 minutes here, and we will, I'm going to look a little bit different when we get back. I'm going to leave this up for right now, all right? See you in just a few.
developers.
All right. Man, you don't know just how much, like, this paint gets everywhere on my face. Let's go. There we go, friends. The rainbow beard is in effect. Thank you to our fundraising hitting $3,000 while we're here on the front page of Twitch. Thank you so much, all of you out there that have been contributing, that have made donations here. Thank you. I'm dying. The beard is dyed. Look at that. Beautiful, right? Purple, blue, rose gold, and pink. Right? Look at that. That's amazing stuff. Huh? I might have done this a few times, Psi Gamma. So, yeah. All right. I need to make that an Instagram. Can I take it off and do it again? Oh, sure. Be right back. How much to put glitter and baubles in it? I don't have baubles. I don't have glitter either. Let me get back to you on that. Now you recognize me, right? Sure. Right, let's do the Instagram. Haha. All right, yeah. Get that on the gram. Right? Right, let's I am happy to do funny things to promote and raise money for kids at St. Jude. Developers. There we go. Thank you for the follow. No, I don't want it as a video. I want it as it did it as a video. I don't want it as a video. No, start over. Give me that. No, it's not a reel. Go ahead, take a look. It's gonna tell you. I don't want to do a reel. I want to do a photo. Where the heck did they put...
Sequin Santa hat confirmed.
That's right. How the heck do I do photos now on Instagram? Like... Yeah, I want to post. There it is. Man, why did they make this? Yeah. Yeah. That's right. And, colored my beard rainbow for at St. Jude Play Live. Come on now, there it is.
I am putting myself to the fullest possible use, which is all I think that any conscious entity can ever hope to do.
That's good, Charlie. It's good. I very much appreciate that. There we go. And that's going to be shared out to the Instagram, my Facebook, all the places. Well, not all the places. Moving on, shall we? I mean, Mrs. C Sharp Fritz is going to come home and go, "What did you do to your face?" Am I streaming every day now? Most days. Most days. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Joystick Nick. I'm glad you approve. I wanted to get yellow in there, but I didn't get my hands on yellow. So, Ads start in 45 seconds. You're not sure that she'll kiss me today? So right, that we made a nice space right here, so it's not going to be. Do all of my hair now. I've got the hat thing going on here. That's kind of, we lose the gimmick on that. You know what I'm saying? So, thank you again. Thank you so much, friends, for your donations, your support. I showed this just before I stepped away. We are the number 6 fundraiser in the world this month for St. Jude. Clearly, some other folks have really been going at it and doing a lot of fundraising. I thank you so much for your support, getting us on the map here. And actually, we are the top fundraiser in the world this week. Thank you out there for your very generous support for the kids, the staff, the families at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. So I will do whatever funny things that and enjoyable things to encourage and help with the fundraiser. Rainbow eyebrows or chat riots? Developers. You are catastrophic. I don't know if you are catastrophic. If we get that to 3100 before 11 a.m. Eastern time, I will do my eyebrows. That's right. If we get that to 3100 in the next 25 minutes, I will do my eyebrows. All right. Momo54, how you doing there? Welcome. Jay, it's a look. It's a friendly thing. Your name is Cat, and your mom calls you a catastrophe. So kind of, I get it. How you doing there, Cat? Thank you so much for joining us. Classic holiday themed hat. That's right. So, yeah, if we get to 3,100, I'm only asking $70. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
It's against my programming to impersonate a deity, but I'm beginning to understand why ancient civilizations had gods of chaos. They must have been
Charlie.
Programmers.
Thank you for the follows. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Diving back in here. Oh Lord. We are writing a little bit of code. We're building some tools so the AI can work with our product. That's right. Developers. Steve? Can I call him Steve? Am I on a first name basis? Steve has greeted all of our new followers since I started streaming, and I think that's a streak that we need to keep here. So, let's do I need to put a photo in the selfies over here? Do I need to do that? Hang on, I gotta make sure we get all the things covered here. 1 second. They keep changing the name of the folder where all my photos are on the OneDrive. You know the OneDrive. Here we go. Drop that in there. Nope, it's not gonna. I need to do the. No. Do I have paint.net on this? No, I'll do it later. All right. My wife is going to be like, you did it again. So here's the thing. Like, she gets it. She totally gets it. So, the eyebrows, though, I've never done before. And, right, here's the thing. When you start spraying the color into your beard, it kind of gets other places, and I end up having to wipe it off my skin. And you need to do it immediately. Otherwise, it, like, stays there. So, and I end up using a little bit of tissue to kind of help me get these straight lines going across. I kind of block and make sure that I don't get paint in my mouth. Blech. 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 Okay. So, love the tradition. So thank you, D-Bart Dog. I appreciate that. Yeah, right? If you're going to do something for a long time, do it even longer. Am I drunk? No, I'm not drunk. Roy G. Biv? Nah, just Roy V. Kind of. How will I keep it out of my eyes? I use tissue to do that. So, like, I cover my mouth, so I would cover one eye and spray it in there. Harley Quinn's beard? Maybe. Yeah. Do I use Vim inputs in VS Code? I do not. No. But you're loving the beard. Thank you, Pup Dakota. Appreciate that. Thought it might get one or two more folks stopping by while they're on the front page of Twitch going, what is that? D-Bart Dog with a question here. Do you happen to work in Microsoft Dynamics? I recall hearing Fritz's name a few years back at a D365 consulting firm. Maybe XRM Toolbox? No, sorry. .NET, ASP.NET, web development stuff, Aspire, that's where I focus my work. So, no, sorry. 'Tis not I. But am I drunk on the Christmas spirit? I Rossum? Yeah, I think I am. I am in on that Christmas spirit, celebrating and having a fantastic time. Uh-oh. Code was Sean with the $100 dono. Oh, thank you so much, friends, for... Here they go. And Nick is loving this. Right there. You're wanting to get into Python? Python's a fine language. We're going to get in and do a little bit here today with Aspire. When we get on the other side of setting up the MCP, we're going to set up CodeMedic to work with Aspire. But I think I need to color my eyebrows a little bit here now. Oh, no. All right. I can do this. I'm good enough. I'm strong enough. And doggone it, people like me. All right. How should I do this? Like, I don't think I want to do, like, rainbow on both sides. Do I do like pink and gold here, and then over here the blue and purple? Candy cane stripes? So I could just do, like, pink. I don't have white. I could do pink and... Yeah, see, if I do the rose gold, it doesn't really come out because of the brown hair. Yeah, let me do pink and gold here, and then I'll do blue and purple over here. Now, when I did a green beard last week? Yeah, it was last week. And I completely forgot that I had the color in my beard, and I went to the local Chinese food restaurant to pick up takeout for dinner. I walked in there, and then I didn't realize why they were looking at me funny until I got outside. I put the food down in the car, and I looked up at the rear view mirror to back out of the parking spot, and I'm like, Oh. I will be right back. All right. I think this actually looks pretty good. Not gonna lie. I think it looks pretty good. Like, I think I did an okay job there. Right? It's smeared a little bit on, but I mean, it's a spray that I'm putting on there. Ah, look at this. Thank you. Look at that. And when I put the gunners on, it kind of, like, I don't know. Ooh. I don't know. What do you think, chat? You like the look, but what do you think with the gunners on? A little razzle dazzle. Corey Hurricane Weathers. Hello. So that works really well, but you don't see a difference. I look like a Fortnite downloadable content. The gunners help it pop. I've got a better set of gunners for that, I think. So those were the Echo. I really like the Echo pair, but I think that the Marin glasses will actually look a little bit better with this one. Like, I have enough pairs of gunners that I know and I can rotate. There they are. My Marin glasses are the only ones that come in a triangular container. So, triangular case. So, right, I am a gunner ambassador, so you will see me streaming and talking about glasses to help protect your eyes. You can get gunners that are sunglasses. You can get them with computer vision in here. You can get them... Now, see, I think that, because they're not as big, I think that gives a little bit more room for the eyebrows there. What do you think? Gotta get pink. I'm gonna get pink in the snowball of the hat. You're right. So let's put it on the other side so we get purple in it. Jeez. When are we gonna get a gunner ID bot like the hat detector? That's a little bit trickier to do. Not gonna lie. I was looking at that. Little bit trickier to do. But I'm open to giving that a try at some point. I'm open to give that a try. So there you go. I got a little bit of rose gold up here. Man, and the rose gold comes out of that spray can fast. Thank you so much, Sean, for that $100 donation to put us over the $3,000 goal, and to hit my little spot challenge to get us over 3,000. Thank you so much. You like the fancy dye work, Reese? Thank you. Elon Z, let's debug? Yes, let's do that. A beard color detector. I am all for doing fun development coding things to raise awareness about different things that you can do as a technologist to help kids at St. Jude. I will, yeah. I am certainly going to do what I can to help those organizations that I favor here. There is 2 more incentive milestones that I have left on the map. So I'm already doing the Rainbow Beard stream. Mrs. C Sharp Fritz is going to join us when we do the Lego build stream. So we'll be chatting, talking to you out there as we put together Lego Game Boy live on stream. Where's my mom when we need her? Let's see. Let's see if we can get a hold of mom. Paging mom. Fritz's mom, Mama C Sharp Fritz, to the live stream chat room. Mom? Mom? Let's see if she makes it. I don't know. Maybe. So,
I've hidden a flaw in your function. Will
Have
you
you?
discover it in time?
Oh, maybe. Yeah, that's right. We want the meatloaf, Mom. Easily the coolest thing Lego has put out in the last 20 years. I do like it. I do like it. So we're going to be putting that together next week when we hit $3,500. Rambling Geek with the $20 dono. Thank you so much. We're going to, when we get to 3,500, I'm going to read a classic sci-fi book live on stream, and I will turn off all the things here so that you'll be able to download it, listen to it. I'll publish it out to YouTube. You'll be able to download, listen to it, and take it with you as I read. There's several classic sci-fi stories that we'll pick from, but it needs to be public domain. That's the only thing. Needs it be anything that is not a public domain book. I can get the same type of copyright charges pressed against me as you would if I was playing copywritten music. So, wouldn't my mother get a kick out of Rainbow Fritz? Oh, she has. Oh, she has. Absolutely. So, Rambling Geek, thank you so much for that donation. I really appreciate that. And I believe the Chaos Monkey is afoot. Creating problems with that. Yes. Changing a method name to a pun. Oh no. You can see the issue that it's working on right there. GitHub Copilot descends from noble lineage. Clippy, the animated paperclip who pioneered AI assistance. Yes. Yes, you do, Charlie. You are the dark evolution of that concept. Lego is going hard with targeting adults with nostalgic sets. Yes. The F1 race cars that Lego is making are phenomenal. Phenomenal. They look amazing. You're here to change all my semicolons into Greek question marks. No! So you can see in the code for
now if you know
the
what
Chaos
you're
Monkey.
worth, then go out and get what you're worth coding. But yeah, gotta be willing to debug and not pointing fingers saying you ain't where you wanna be because of compiler errors.
Okay. Thanks. The Chaos Monkey does have as one of its directives the code must still compile. Must still compile. Yeah, code with Sean. You're very welcome. Thank you so much. And yes, I have colored my eyebrows as well. You would totally get the USS Enterprise Lego set. My daughter requested the Titanic set, and that is $600 something American, and I'm like, I've got other things I want to give you this Christmas that and to give you just that and one or two other things is a lot. Like, maybe not this time. Microsoft Bob. So, Mom is here! Friends, Mom has made it to chat.
Hey, Mom! We get some meatloaf! We want it now! The meatloaf!
We want meatloaf.
Doing? I never know what she's doing.
Mom, Joystick Nick said we absolutely need to do the eyebrows, so I dropped a flash challenge. I dropped and said, look, if we can get to 3,100 before 11 a.m., I will color the eyebrows also. And you can see here our friend's code with Sean put us over that milestone, and Rambling Geek chiming in here as well. So yeah, say hello to my mother. That is my mother watching in chat. You can see Mom right here. That's right. And she does have the VIP indicator there next to her. So Mom and Dad like to sit back and watch on the bigger screen there at home. So thank you so much, Mom, for dropping by. We are on the front page of Twitch. There's There's a few folks watching right now. If you are watching on the front page of Twitch, click on through. Come on into my channel. You can chime in like some of these folks, and I'll bring up the map again before we dive back into our code. We have a map. So when that's running out there, so when folks share their location, they say, "Hey, good morning, good afternoon. How you doing there? I'm watching from." We have a map that we will drop a pin, a appropriate pin for your location. I have hats. Hats are kind of my gimmick. And you will see there's various hats. My moderators, their little sword icon gets placed there. There we go. Reese will plot southeast England. Hey, look at that. There you go. And look, see, Mom even knows how to use the dancing bot emotes. You see this? I have a technologically advanced mother that knows how to watch her son on the big screen TV and use her iPad so that she can chime in a little bit here. Pup Dakota, there you go. Minneapolis, Minnesota, we'll drop a pin there. Farles Barkley, Chicago, absolutely. Home of the Bears. The Bears, who were in first place. They played the Packers this weekend. Mom, we dropped another marker there for Philadelphia. Yes. See? Even Charlie says hello. I think I might want to put text-to-speech with Charlie greeting Mom. I think I might want to do that. So there you go. The broadcaster and the VIP are watching from Philly. Yes, Ragged Reese, we got you. We got you, Reese. There you go. Absolutely. Bograt is watching from Aurora, Illinois. It might not go there because I was just zooming. There we go. Zoom in a little bit, and there it is. So, go Vikings. Oh, I don't know. Yes, there's my mother. We are Eagles fans in our family. Yes, indeed. What is this? We're going to be programming again in just a minute. So we're pausing and coming back to the map because it had been a little bit. Broncos for the Colorado fans, all right? PC nerd and in Colorado? Yes. Yes. So Star Trail Society. So this is a little map that we wrote on stream, and we've gone through and we have it will detect a location when folks share their location. They say something like, "Hey, I'm watching from," "Good morning," "Good afternoon," from, and it will place a marker on that location and zoom in on it. We have done a little bit. We were talking about Tamil. We were reviewed and talked about that a little bit. We're in the middle of spinning up and starting on the MCP. The Code Monkey has been making changes. Seahawks barely in second place, by a tiebreaker in second place in their division. That is going to get ugly. Like, if the Rams lose and the Seahawks win and the Rams get bumped down to fifth place, oh man, it's going to get ugly. Yeah. So, American football, the NFL is going to get a little dicey. Congrats on the fundraising, says Mom, but that better be able to come off of my face. Well, the eyebrows, right? Joystick Nick really wanted me to do the eyebrows, and I think that's going to be the real challenge. So, like, yeah, that's a thing. Mom does care. That's right. Do yourselves a favor out there, friends. Make sure you find a mom that does care about you. Shaved Fritz? I don't know about that one. So just to trigger chat a little. No, I'm not going to remove the beard. So let me head back over. Let's get back into the code a little bit. So you should see the pillow. It looks like Tammy Faye Baker. So True. It's been a couple years since I've colored my hair blue, and I was for a while coloring my hair blue. I had a business trip to Phoenix, and I went and I was speaking at a couple different at a user group, at a couple customers in Phoenix, and I had taken a shower. My hair was kind of sweaty. I didn't actually wash my hair, and I went to lay down in the bed in the hotel and kind of lean back and do some reading while I was in bed. And the next morning, when I got up and I was cleaning things up and getting my bags packed and all, I looked back at the bed, and the pillow was blue. The wall behind the bed was blue as well that I'd been leaning up. Oh. Yeah, then if you are coloring your hair, do it at a hotel, then you don't have to clean up. Yes. Yeah. So, Tammy Faye Baker, that is quite the reference. So, do you like the little 2 that arrives there? That's kind of cool. I think that worked out nicely. Moving on, let's get back over to the code. Let's talk about building this MCP. We're going to add a handler here that's going to know about all the tools that we have registered in our CodeMedic application and make those available to the language model to work with. There are so many topics and things going on here. It's a wonder I'm able to juggle all this. So, how did I dye the beard and eyebrows like that? I have a spray-in color that I picked up at the local. I had to pick up at the local Ulta. It's weird when you're a 40-something-year-old guy and you walk into Ulta and you walk out with and you walk up to the counter and you've got a bunch of exciting colored hairsprays and not a natural color because you're trying to get the gray out of your hair. No, you're walking up with purple and blue and pink. The ladies behind the counter kind of look at you like, what is with this guy? So what I do, I make sure that I'm wearing a Twitch shirt when I go to Ulta. There's the Mariana Trench. There you go, Chuck. Mariana Trench representing. So, right, when I go walking into Ulta, Ulta. ULTA, right? Yeah. They're like, in my part of the United States, I walked around the Las Vegas Strip with a rainbow beard, and it was like normal. I walked through the MGM Grand. I walked through the casino, rainbow beard, no problem. So, yeah. We're going to build out this MCP handler here so that it knows, here's how to interact with this tool. We need to teach the artificial intelligence about this. Not yet. Not yet. I do have a funeral to go to in the next few weeks, but nope, not this afternoon. Let's see here. Yes, Lundo Spark. Let's do a little bit of the coding here. Now, I linked the example of the documentation. Oh, what did it do? Change a method name to a pun. Changed analyze features to analyze these features like a boss in framework feature detector engine tests. You did not. Yep, there it is. Analyze these features like a boss. Oh, and it's in the framework feature detector engine. All right. Chaos Monkey punified this method for Rambling Geeks donation right there. There you go. All right. I had... Yeah, it had to go update some of these other ones. Fine. Let's give you a commit message. close some of these things over here. I have some links to what we need to do to use this. Here. I had saved them with the issue. So right here, model context protocol, getting started server. And yeah, here's the advanced way to define how the AI can locate the tools that we have available. So, right, you can decorate methods like this. Right? Prompts can be exposed in a similar manner. Create a prompt. Pup Dakota with the dono. $40. Oh, no. And we're going to rename all variables to single letters. Oh, boy. Okay. All right. I got you. I got you. Thank you so much for that donation. $40 to the kids, the families, the staff at St. Jude. I'm going to read through this one, and we will rename those variables. Fractal Cow, how you doing there? And the Chaos Monkey is going to town here. Rename a test to something ridiculous. All right. You can keep track of what it's doing with this issue right here. Once again, thank you so much for that donation. That means a lot here for the friends, the families, like I said, the staff, and of course the kids at St. Jude. So we have handlers that we expose with a series of tools. And each tool has a description, some input schema that we define. So my thinking is we're going to need to do this a little bit more with a little reflection. Maybe. Now let's do it with reflection so that folks don't have to build MCP into their plugins as they're going along here. For the kids, yeah, absolutely there, Pup Dakota. So I started on the handlers here. So this is going to be that collection. List tools handler. So we need that has, here's a list of the tools. And then the call tool handler. So when you pass in and specify the name of a tool, it knows how to go and do it. So, okay. We can do this. MCP source generator. So Jans, it does have source generators. Yes. I don't want to use source generators because one of the features that we're trying to do here, it is a good idea. Yeah, Lundo, Spark, and Jans both chiming in here in chat saying, just use source generators. You're right. For the tools that I have built into this project, however, the idea that we want to enable is other folks to add plugins outside of CodeMedic and light up and enable those features. So source generators wouldn't necessarily work because then I'd have to rebuild when a plugin is added in, you know? Or you would need to use the source generator while you're building your plugin, and then you need to include the MCP. Yeah, that's right, Jans. I'm thinking like a dynamic DI, dynamic dependency injection. So since we're dynamically adding plugins, and man, do I like building plugins. I think there's that doing a little bit of reflection is going to build that out and enable it uniformly for the project. So Okay. Down here. I think I need to move this out into its own file. And separate this. Hey, Marcus. Register the method. Yes. Yes. A register. So we are already registering. You're onto something here. We are already registering the methods. Maybe we don't need to do as much. Reflection has you burned a lot? I feel you. The plugin loader, right? Right now I have hard coded. Here's the list of plugins, but that sets up. There is a collection of commands. There we go. That it registers. So I might be able to just do a for each across this dictionary to build out those registrations, right? Because the command registration has a name and description. So I can pass that description into the MCP as the description of the tool. I could use link. I need to refactor all the variables to a single character here. For our friend Pup Dakota. I think I'm going to do it here on plugin loader. I think I'm going to do it in the plugin loader. Incremental source generators, then I need to rebuild. You don't know anything about MCP? Let's learn a little bit about it together. Let's learn about it. Padre Speranza, whoa, with another dono, $35. And Padre wants to rename all variables to a single letter and is activating the Chaos Monkey. Oh boy. Insert goofy placeholder text. Oh no. So this renamed a test as something ridiculous, and it renamed it detect features with bogus, detect bogus, to detect features with bogus, detects bogus, like a test data ninja who crafts fake packages with the skill of 1,000 keyboard warriors. Did it? In testing framework detector, yes. It's right there. And that's going to be in our testing reports. Thank you. That's for Pup Dakota. I'm going to go to the plugin loader and I will rename all variables to a single character. I'm going to have Copilot do it for me.
I'm fluent in over 6 million forms of communication, Fritz. None of them can adequately express how concerning this code is.
I'm raising money for a fundraiser right now, and one of the redemptions that I need your help with is to rename all of the variables in this file to single characters. Period. The code should still compile, but I want to rename all of the variables, not the arguments, but the internal variables for this file, this class, should be single characters. Period. Add comments where you rename those characters. To include some information about what the previous name was, and to mark that this was changed thanks to a donation from Pup Dakota. There we go. We will let Copilot make those changes for me. So, you've only built a source gen once, and it was very fun. Haven't had the opportunity to create another one. I think there's other there's places we could do that, but I don't think this is one of them. There might be a place for some source gen around Tamil. There might be some opportunities there. So I will let this run, and then we're going to do another one for Padre. There we go. Was plugins renamed thanks to donation from Pup Dakota? Yep. Here it goes. Verify that it compiles correctly. Analysis engines, the reporters, command registrations, plugins. The plugin loop variable is X. Plugin types. The plugin type loop variable, yes. And it compiles with no errors. So there you go. You can see how it has improved our code. Thank you, Pup Dakota. What are you doing? Get away from there. What are you doing? The dog's in the bathroom sniffing around the toilet. I will oh no. What did it do? What did you do over here? Chaos Monkey should ensure health analysis can count to 10 because basic math is important. Chaos Monkey was here. This goofy test is brought to you by Padre Speranza. Given, we need to ensure our health analysis can handle advanced mathematical concepts. When we count to 10 like we're in kindergarten. Such complex mathematics. Much wow. Then we verify that counting works as expected. Chaos Monkey says numbers should be greater than 0, just like our fundraising goals. Yes, this assertion always passes, just like Padre Speranza's generous donation always makes us smile. I did not plant any of this. The AI generated this, okay? Big thanks. That is fun. Oh my goodness. Big thanks, friends. I will get that included. And I still have to do a file where we're gonna rename all those characters, all those variables to single characters. Oh no. I'm Let's do it in the NuGet file inspector. This is a big file. This is a big one. Oh man. I just had another donation for the same incentive. Let's rename all of the variables in this file to single characters. And note that this donation was from Padre. Let me make sure I get your Padre Speranza. Here we go. Now, we're doing silly things here with AI to make our code look funny, to put in some tests that say entertaining things. What I want you to take away from this is not only is this fun, but you can do this to actually improve your applications, right? Tell it to go generate a unit test that does do something that's valuable and worthwhile. You can go and add in an agent that's going to examine your code and clean things up and maybe add missing comments where they need to be, or generate markdown for documentation based on some of the code that you've already written. You can build agents that will do that automatically for you. We're having a little bit of fun and having the agent mess up our code a little bit, just like the color on my face right now. So the point is, have fun asking the AI to do things that are not just going to be fun, but that are going to improve your application. Right? Uh-oh. All right, here we go. Processing it systematically. Well, don't mind if I do. So, could we have something that forces old-style Hungarian notation? Sure. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with doing that. Where is it? Stand by. I will add that right now. I will add that right now. Where'd it go? Code Chaos Monkey. Yep, that one. There you go. Response hit the length limit. Yeah, try it again. While that's working over here, did I? Hang on. It's right there. Where is it? Developers. Mad Max, thank you so much for joining. Developers. Red Zero, hello, welcome. There's the instructions. Refactor the variables in a method so that they use Hungarian notation. Now that I do have the Chaos Monkey on hot reload. Yep. Already done it. And I gotta put the directions in here for the agent. No. Refactor a method to what? Oh no, I closed it. Go reopen it. Hang on. Yeah, copy that. Okay. Rename the variables in a method so that they adhere to strict Hungarian notation standards. How's that? Oh yeah, that's that type of throwback is exactly the kind of thing that I like about this. Hit the resource limit. Darn it. I'm gonna try again one more time, and then I may need to break it up a little bit or something. So Hungarian notation, you would find what? There we go. You would find variables that are named with the first 3 characters of the name of the variable is it defines what it is. So you would see like str name, str description, int product count, stuff like that. So yeah, Ramtena with the str first name. Yep, that's exactly the kind of, yeah. BLN is private. I would see also just B for Boolean. Yeah. So I have a feeling this is too much. It's a little much. Not gonna lie. Object. Yeah. Yeah. Let's do this. Stop. Paste that in. Padre Speranza. Yeah. It's going to create a to-do list and go through and hammer through these. So we'll let this run and then we'll come through with the next one. Hungarian notation in a strongly typed language isn't too much. It's not. Hey, the Rusty Sin. Hello. You're right, Mad Max. It's not, and it's right. It was a way that we used to code things, and Hungarian notation in a dynamic language is a valuable thing. It's just a little bit. Hungarian notation can go out of sync with the types that you've assigned to things, right? So if you change something from an int to a decimal or a double, you need to now refactor and rename all of your instances of that variable so that it stays in line. So that's kind of the goal of some of these little sabotage trolling things. So and the Chaos Monkey now knows how to do that. All right. It's this might be too big a file. This might be too big a file. I'm worrying here. I might need to go find another one. Yeah. Let's find another file that's a little bit smaller to work with. How big is the vulnerability scanner? Oh, that's not bad. Use this file instead. Crediting Padre Speranza's donation. There we go. Like Cutthroat Kitchens, silly and fun and all in good spirit. Totally. Yep, that's exactly the concept here. Farles Barkley, $5 to activate the Chaos Monkey. Thank you so much for that support. It's already going to town. Making something nullable that shouldn't be. Uh-oh. All the internal variables have been renamed. And there it is, renamed. And carried through. Oh my goodness. C is the result, renamed thanks to the donations. There you go. Limitless Vaughn, welcome. I will keep those changes. I will add in and push that out. There you go. Let's make sure everything still tests properly. Here's all of our unit tests. We're going to run all of them. There's the names of all of them, and you can see it running down here. And that monkey's doing something. It does crazy stuff. That's right. Yes. Error building the test projects. What do we got? Physical file system, doesn't have the, that broke. That was your donation, and it should actually back off on that because it doesn't compile. So yeah, so it didn't finish it. I'm gonna wait on this and see if it changes it back, because the Chaos Monkey is not supposed to break the build, and it broke the build. So let's see what it does. And right, it is to exactly what Lundo Spark said. It's going to make a fun change to our code. See, wait a sec. What else did you do? Made file exists. Oh, it went and changed the interface? File existence is a matter of perspective. Hey, congratulations, Surly Dev. Okay. So, will my test run now? And there's its thinking as the AI went through. So, Farles Barkley, there's the issue, so you can see what the Chaos Monkey did on your behalf. So, and friends, if you want to see the agent definition for the Chaos Monkey, it is available out here. It's in a different branch. One second. It'll be merged into the right branch here in a minute. Agents. There it is. You can see the directive for the Chaos Monkey right there. So, oh, totally, Surly Dev. Yeah. So, back over here and into this, and yes, all of the tests pass. 156 tests pass. Oh my gosh. That's phenomenal. So the vulnerability scanner is cleaned up per Padre Speranza's request there. Thank you. Thank you so much for that support. For the friends, the families, the kids at St. Jude, we are at 3230. on our fundraiser here. Really appreciate the support. Let's get back into this. So I want to break that MCP configuration. I want to move this into a separate file. So I'm actually going to create, right? Root command handler MCP. Let's give this a namespace. Thank you. And over here, yep, we're gonna make this a partial and yank that code. You gotta actually type the word partial when you say you're gonna make it a partial, Fritz. We're starting. There we go. We need some using statements. Make the screen a little bit bigger, friend. We need to... All right. Because there's a bunch of things that I'm going to do here, and it's going to make this method a little bit bigger, a little bit unwieldy. So code medic version, project analysis, and code assessment tool. So there are... What are my handlers that I have here? List tools handler. Now, in the sample code that we saw, here, takes in a request and a cancellation token, and then a value. Okay, that. I think I want to take this and make it a method. Let's call this, list tools. Just call it list tools. Like, do that. Yeah, generate that method. Boom, there it is. And it's the right signature for all the things. Fantastic. It's like I planned it that way. Return result. That's not quite it. Tool info. No. New tool. It's got a name, a description, and an input schema. All right, we're gonna work on that. So, any new entries on the map? 55 locations on the map. Got a couple popping up there in the Netherlands. Yeah. So, got some friends watching in Africa. Thank you so much. We've got a friend watching in Kenya. We got another one of our pair programming friends that are watching in South Africa. We got a couple folks in Australia. It must be way early in the morning now, way overnight for our friends in the Philippines. That's a joke one over there. But Admiral Aladdin, hello, welcome. Nine-tailed fox. How's it going there? Thank you for joining us. All right. Seriously, it's so cool. I need to move that to the side so you can see around the donos. I'm going to refresh the St. Jude overlay. So that event list is great, but it's kind of in the way right now. So I really appreciate those, but I need to give you a little bit more space so you can see what we're doing here. All right. So I need to create a list of tools. Now we know the list of tools because our plugin manager has a list of the commands. So I should be able to just do a for each across those, right? Like new list tool. So, right, that's a, yeah. So let's do this. I can do that. And now I can do... Not quite. For each var command. I think that's what we want. And the command registration. Yeah. Sprint planning meeting with the vendor. How you doing there, Chris Funk? With a client. All right. Hey, very cool. All right. So it's... And we're just going to add those tools in. So what else does that command registration have? Handler, examples, arguments. There we go. And an argument has a description, a short name, a long name. So then I need to make sure I can execute those. Hey, Ribbon Female, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Hello, hello. That's right. I am the guy on the front page of Twitch with a rainbow beard. So, oh my gosh, very cool. Yeah, that's not a thing. But the command registration has a handler, and it takes I want to make sure I handle this right. I am Wyago. Hello, welcome. So like, here's the health analysis plugin, right? There's the metadata. Analyze takes a repository path. And it's that one argument right there. I feel like the command I think we need to expand the command argument to also include the argument name to pass in, right? Because this calls execute health command async. Oh no. Okay, so this is identifying it from the so I could pass in just the short name and kind of, right, compose that list of path arguments that you would have passed in at the command line. All right, I'm feeling this. I'm feeling this. So no, not examples. What else do we have here on this? There was like input schema or something. Yeah. Oh boy. Now why is it deserializing it as it's turning it back into a JSON element? Hey Rex, welcome. Okay. Okay. And then depending on what's called execute it. I think I can do this. This doesn't feel too bad. Let's... I'm going to copy that. And bring that along. Here. let's figure this out real quick. Tab that over. So this is going to be each one of the command arguments. So string builder for Hungarian notation. Yeah, if it is okay, if it is not null, yeah, what are we gonna do? Not quite. Not quite. That's just one element. I'm gonna need like multiple elements. Right? So that's a single JSON element. With the type property set to object. Okay. Okay, so it's an object and the properties on it are the type and the description and then the list of what's required. So, hang on. Properties right there is just a single property. Can that be an array then? Hey, Modpack Dad, how you doing? Okay. What? No, it doesn't have a value. No. No. Stop it. As a JSON yeah. I think we want to append. Do this right, Fritz. Backslash quote. Yeah. Yeah, we need a backslash there. Colon. Okay, so that gives me this. And I'm going to want the beginning of that. All right, next. Sure, we can do a description and not required yet. Let's do a list of string required arguments. Not var. Oh my goodness. Yeah, like that. Thank you so much for the follows. How you doing there, Plum Unicorn? Modpack Dad? Yeah, the Balmer clip. Yeah, isn't it? Isn't it? I do like that. Where'd it go? Command registration. So my command argument. Yeah, there we go. If it is required, then we'll add it to the required list. So, right? No. Developers. There we go. Thank you for the follow. Okay, so I've got the required status. I need to put a type with this. Do we have a type? No, type is always string. Type is always string. Yeah, like that. Okay. So I've got the name, curly braces. After description, I don't need that. Yeah. Close that up. Sure, we can put a comma. Could I use verbatim strings for it? You're right. You're right. And that's actually going to look a lot better. Good call. Now I don't need to do backslash because I'm in raw strings. I believe. No. It's because I'm not done. That's why. We can delete down to that. And you I'm going to tab in, you I'm going to tab in. Why don't you like that one? Oh, I need an extra $1. No. Yeah, it is more readable. Why am I not? Yeah, don't need that. And putting an extra here doesn't... I thought it was just 2. But if I do that, now I need... Yeah, there it is. But that means these need to be... And same thing with this one. Yeah, there we go. I got it escaped right. All right. Yeah. Thanks for the idea, Modpack Dad. You're right. That does look nicer. That does look nicer. Pair programming. With the guy with the rainbow face. Yeah, what can I tell you? Here we go. Next. So then I should add a comma after this. No, let's do this. I got an idea. There we go. So add a comma at the start if we've already got content loaded in there. So now this right here. Yeah. There we go. Cool. Okay. So that should generate... It's not Python, aka Cage. It looks like Python, but it's C#. That should... Yeah, $$ characters. How you doing there, AK Cage? Welcome. So... Right, that... I think that looks right. So... Right, that's for the list of the tools. So through the commands, and then go get the arguments and output. That should do it. Okay. Next, the other half of this, as we build out the MCP handler. Why you hitting me there with the... we need the actual execution handler, right? To call the tools. Oh boy. Back over here. Call tool handler. Yeah, let's generate a method and move that off. Have a good one, Patty boy. Thank you so much for stopping in and being a part of the stream today. And thank you for the donation earlier. Yeah, getting that rainbow beard going. This is your fault. Oh, and it's all fun. All right. Now we need to figure out... The AI is calling and saying, I want to run that tool. Oh. Oh my. Okay. You did not just do that, Lundo Spark. Wow. Well, I'm going to hit tab in the meantime. For the next 15 minutes, we're going to be in Notepad. I need to... Oh, man. You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me, Smalls. Fine. So that was a trolling channel point redemption. I'm going to save where I am there in Visual Studio Code. My lovely, wonderful Visual Studio Code. We're going to come back to you over there. I see you. We're going to come back to you. We're going to get there next. Oh, no. What else are you doing there? Notepad and hamster voice mode? Oh, boy. All right. We're gonna split this, John. Move that up there. No. No. I want to make sure that Tamil's up there so we know we're going to come back to that. I'm going back into Code Medic. Chris Jones
just resubscribed for 77 months. Afternoon
77 months. Yes. Thank you so much. 77 months. 5 years with us. Did I color my beard? No, this is my natural color. This is my natural color. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. First day I haven't colored it in a while. Do you like the rose gold? Do you like the rose gold in there? It's part of our fundraising for our friends at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. It's going to be a pain to take it off. Yes, it will. And that's a thing that I am happy to deal with and happy to handle for the folks at St. Jude. Right? I don't just color my beard for anybody. But for the folks at St. Jude, yes, I will. Yeah. Do they even know I'm on front page? I don't know if they know I'm on front page. And I'm gonna let St. Jude know. And we hit a milestone that has me with a rainbow beard for the rest of my stream. Yep, just let them know. Yep. So, and there are other organizations that you will see me raise funds for at different times. But St. Jude is who we're supporting today. You know what? I just realized I didn't take a picture with the... our friend Code with Sean made a generous donation there so that I would color my eyebrows also. Give me a second here. We need to get a picture with the eyebrows. Do you mind? Do you mind, chat? Not that you can stop me. I'm doing it myself. We got to get a picture with the eyebrows. Like... All right, we got a picture with the eyebrows. Oh my gosh! Speaking of our friends from St. Jude Fundraising, Space Cat, so good to see you. Yes, I am Fun Colors. So, come on now. Do that upload to the OneDrive, the drive of all things one. So, and these are the Gunnar Marin glasses that I'm wearing today. I'm always Fun Colors. I think I may need to do the rainbow beard on my next visit to St. Jude. Like, that I think might need to be a thing. So, nothing like waking up with coffee and Santa Rainbow Fritz. See, it is. I am making a positive difference in somebody's life. I don't know about many other folks. Stand by while I go grab that. And how many pairs of Gunners do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I've got 20. No, I didn't start the notepad timer yet. Did not start the notepad timer. We're going to get to that. I promise we will get to that. Yes. 1 second here. Yep, do that. And I need to... Dear Lord. And, yep. Resize that, John. All right. There we go. 1 second. And, and rainbow beard and eyebrows. All right. Let's go. Back over to the code. Let's update this. You thought you were doing good with just one pair of Gunners? Well, hang on. they send me new pairs to promote, and I don't know if you've noticed, but if you go over to the Gunner social media channels, I'm in like 6 commercials right now on their channels. So, like, there's a lot of this going around. So yeah, we'll get the notepad timer going here in just a second. So set a timer for 15 minutes.
15 minutes counting down.
That's right. And we want to do hamsters for 5 minutes. All right, so I'm going to start a timer over here also. My clock software is getting an update. Hey, guacamole. Alexandria, Minnesota. There you go. You're on the map. Drop in for those of you that haven't seen me playing with the map here. Drop us some sort of a greeting and tell us as accurately or inaccurately as you'd like to where you're watching from, and we will put a marker on the map appropriately for where you're claiming to be watching from. There was a Christmas song request. That was Tuesday, and it did happen. It's on the YouTube video. That's on the YouTube video. All right, back. We gotta get back into here, and I need to set up. I need to set up Space Cat with the $10 dono, and the Chaos Monkey is going to be activated. It's coming. There it is. Introduce a random sleep. Slovakia? I'm pausing the timer. It should have a pin for you. It should have. Serbia. I'm gonna copy that message so we can get that fixed for next time. But give me another greeting. Hello, good morning, good afternoon from something like that. And we'll try and get that plotted for you real quick here, Mattis. But so if you make a donation for $5 or more, the Chaos Monkey will dive into our code and make changes. There you go. Just dropping a pin in the middle of Canada. Happens to be up there in northern Saskatchewan. No problem. There you go. Streaking through. Yep, there you go. There you go. Here, tell you what, I will do a location there for Mattis. And Slovakia. There we go. And we got a pin on the map for you. The Chaos Monkey has completed its shenanigans. You can see what the Chaos Monkey was thinking and what it did right here. Let me examine a few test files, blah, 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 blah. Chaos Monkey mutation applied. Introduce a random sleep in a unit test. In the command line argument extension tests, lines 37 to 51. What did it do? Add a random sleep for donor, got a Space Cat because testing should be suspenseful. A random number between 100 and 500, so between a tenth and a half of a second, it's just going to sleep. It's just going to wait. And then it's going to write out the Chaos Monkey made this test wait this many milliseconds for dramatic effect. That's right, I didn't have to search for it. It just wrote it. So we'll get that added into the mix. There we go. And that code change is published. At some point, somebody's going to look, like, in 6 months, is going to look at this source code and go, what the heck did Fritz do? All right. Moving on. We were working in Notepad at that command. We're going to work on Notepad. All right. Notepad, and it's source code medic commands. Yes, that's the one that I'm working on. There we go. Resuming the timer. Well, hang on. Let's start the voice mod. Yep, I will, but there's also a 5-minute timer for hamsters mode. So we've got to activate that too. Yes.
Oh yes. 5 minutes of hamsters! Because what's more chaos between friends? Timers are going. Here we go! Woo! Oh man. Okay. Move you over here. Move this back. Over here, something like that. And, okay. So, like, going to code medic. And let's .NET, build? No, that's not how you spell build. I can't even type build! Alright. Bugs I need to correct. Line 36, call tool request parameters. I sound like R2-D2. Let me get on the other side of the 15-minute Notepad challenge, and I'll answer your question. Yeah, thank you. Call tool request params. Call tool request doesn't line 36. 36. Try to get that request params right. So what do I have to have? Oh no. Go over and look at the code. Or, right? Name. Not tool name, just name. Yeah. Okay. So if we can't get a value there, args list. Okay. I fixed that. So back over here. Right, what else? 36, 38. Tool name again. What? Okay. Here we go. 48. Input. Johnny 5 is alive! No. I broke it. Oops. 48. 48. There. Input. And there's no... Okay. So, that John right there doesn't... That's not a thing. Parameters, arguments, get value. Arguments. Try get value. Arguments. Request params. Argument? Try get value, not property. get value. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Rebuild. See if it works. 1 minute on hamsters. Yay! I can write code. Look at me now, Mom. Mom's not watching, is she? Let's see. 74. Can I turn on stupid line numbers? Is that a thing? No line numbers. Or is it hiding under this gimmick? Ooh, hang on. Ooh, no. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Appreciate that. Alright. NCP command render. Well, I don't have that. Yeah, it's in the status bar. I gotta. Timer's done. Bye-bye, hamsters. Bye-bye.
Oh my gosh, now I sound like a normal streamer. Is that right? So, and we're working on Notepad. Do you mind? I'm working here. The dog. I don't have an MCP command render. That's enough. Oh. Ooh. This is a good... Hang on. We just stumbled on to Copilot suggesting something interesting. We have this idea of a renderer. Renderer. Oh, look who's here. Mrs. C# Fritz. Now, she's going to be joining us. And we're going to have to do this next week or over the weekend. We need to get the other side of the studio set up, and we're going to do it. She's going to join us. She's right over there for a Lego assembly stream, and we're going to put together that Lego Game Boy live on stream together. So that's okay. Good. That's going to be a lot of fun. That's right. I have a dog named Banana. Because, of course, I've got a dog named Banana. What would you name a dog? Lego Party. We'll see how much of a party. Banana is a slippery little guy. So, we actually stumbled onto something kind of interesting here. We have a renderer that renders things for the console. We have another renderer. We have another one that outputs things in Markdown. We should probably have, get output JSON. Okay. This is good. Yeah, we're gonna have fun with that Lego stream. Mrs. C# Fritz was asking me last night. Are we gonna be putting this together? Are we gonna be doing that next week? When are we doing this? We need to make sure we find a day when she's off of work, so that we can do that together. So, how about get output Tamil? I don't think that works with the MCP. Now, here's the funny thing. If I know my wife, she's telling her friends, her colleagues, look at my husband. Oh my God. So I don't think I think this is going to format as JSON, and then we're just going to have to say like this is really interesting. Let me go find. Let's open another jammy here. Where's the render? Oh boy. /s. Really? You're going to make me do this over here? Oh, that's because it's not over there. It's in the abstractions project. Right there, yeah, there it is. Render. Oh boy, there it is. So render banner, render error, render info, render wait async, render report. It doesn't have a property. But I guess we're going to be able to extend and add our own feature here. Okay. So let's go up one and back over to the rest of CodeMedic, and we'll take a look here. Oh boy. I don't think it's in engines. No. It's not in models. I don't think it... Is it in output? Ah, there it is. All right. So let's open the markdown renderer. I need to do output, right? Markdown renderer. There we go. And I'm still in Notepad. So there's the markdown renderer, render banner, render error, render info, render section header, render wait, render report, render section, render element, render a paragraph, render a table, key value list, yes. Where's that called? Because it actually writes it to the text writer. Where is flush called? Flush output. It's in render report. Okay, we can do this. We can do this. Notepad in output, and we're gonna call this what was it supposed to be called? MCP command render CS. Yep, that's a new file. That's right. Oh man. Namespace, CodeMedic, output, yeah, Notepad. Yeah. Public class, right? MCP command render easy for me to say. And it is in iRenderer. Renderer. Cool.
Developers.
Hey Steve, how you doing there? Fate578, how you doing there? Welcome. Appreciate you tuning in. Oh, I've got less than a minute left in this. So, public MCP command render. Oh boy, and I need a text writer. Text writer. Right, and yep, right there. We're gonna do a curly brace, and we're gonna say text writer equals text writer. Cool. Okay. Now I need to implement the entire interface. Thank you. All right. I can save these and get back to the real way I code. Back over to the VS Code. I'm going to close you because I think I can do this myself. So that's a thing. I don't want to request cancellation token. I need a text writer. Oh, okay. So Mattis had a question there. Let me go bring that back up. Bear Butts 666. So there was this question: how much experience do I have in software engineering? You're guessing over a decade. So I have been professionally writing code for more than 25 years. In school before that, so close to 30 years I've been doing this. So yeah. How about a get output tamil? Not yet. Yeah, off of work. We'll figure out a time to get you in the mix here. I am so glad you asked this question. What are my thoughts on AI in the future? I happened to record a podcast where I talked about exactly that. Here's the thing. There are AI bros. They're kind of like the crypto bros that are pushing for AI all the things. There's only so far that they're going to get with that, and there's going to be human pushback. Like, that's just a thing. So that isn't going to be realistic at a certain point. As a developer, AI helps us with so many things. There are things that humans need to do, decisions that humans need to make, that our society isn't ready for becoming an AI managed thing. It's just not. But if you want to hear me talk more about it, I happen to record a podcast with our friends Richard Campbell and Carl Franklin. They are the hosts of the .NET Rocks podcast, and I happen to be talking about exactly that. So I will leave you with a link to their podcast where we talk about the role, the costs, the controls around AI in building and developing products. So broadcasting live with my good friend Bill Wolf live from the Philly.net meeting that was last Thursday. So check it out. That's available, and there's a link in chat. So you can jump right to that episode and you can press play and listen to this face talk some more on that podcast. We are $260 from our next milestone where I'm going to perform. I will perform a book on tape, an ASMR almost style reading of a public domain science fiction work. We'll get to vote on that in chat, and that will be recorded and available for you. I've got a bunch of these redemptions that we're going to be going through and doing live on stream over the next 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. So they're all coming along, and it's going to be a heck of a lot of fun. On the big tote board, I am number 6 in the world on overall. But this week, oh no, that just reset. That literally just reset. And we are number 2 this week. We were number 1 last week. We are number 2 in fundraising this week behind Hearth and Harmony. Right? Just refresh it one more time. Yeah. Very cool. So I am on the latest episode of .NET Rocks right there. Right on the front page of the .NET Rocks website. So let's go back. So we had this idea of an MCP renderer. And it wasn't params arguments. Plugin loader commands. No. Try to get value, and it's arguments, I thought. Request. Items? What was it? Request params.name. Yeah. No. It's the command name that I'm trying to get. Well, yeah. Well, maybe I can do a dump here. Hey, Rambling Geek with a new follow. Let's just do a quick check here. Yeah, no tool specified. Just throw that error right there. So I don't need to do that. Okay. I don't need to do the null check. Request params. I thought we had argument. Yeah, arguments. Why don't you like that? Because it's nullable. So no, I do the check right if command arguments is not null. Yeah, there we go. Get that null check in there as well. We'll listen to it definitely. Yeah, you have like almost 3 years of experience in the field and trying to get things sorted out. These are the types of discussions and questions that we're growing and learning about on the stream here, on my Discord, and figuring out how to adjust appropriately, because this is a titanic shift in our industry. So, all right, down here when it runs, we're gonna get some content back. So let's create a string builder, not DBSB. Yeah, a string builder, and we're gonna pass that in right there. Thank you. I thought a string builder was a text writer. Can we do new? Is it new string writer? Can we do that? And pass that along. Okay. And we're gonna get an exit code. So call tool result. What do we have here? What do we have for that result? Content. Just content. Okay. So if we just do that. No, there. What do we got here? Content is error, meta, or structured content. Well, I could do is error. Right, if I do yeah, exit code. Start with that equal to 0. Right? Why don't you like that? Yeah, I'm working on this here, okay? So let's wrap this with a try catch. Yeah, something like that. Exit code equals 1. Render error. No. think I want to do something like return new call tool result is error output equals what was it? New it was one of these new text content block. No, it's something like that. And get rid of that. Yeah. Yeah. But it's not output, it's content. Okay. Ooh. All right, so if that fails, we're going to return that. Is error equals false? What do we have as far as content? What is structured content? It's a JSON node. Sure. Sure. Well, it wants it as a JSON node. But I'm going to have that content in my string writer. Get the JSON from the string writer. And yeah, return to structured content. Don't mind if I do. Come on, give me that help. No. What don't we like there? It wants it as a JSON node. Yeah, there we go. All right. I think that worked. Maybe it worked. I hope it worked. Could that seriously be it? Is that all that I need to do? No way. That would be really cool if that just worked. Like, that would be so cool if that just worked. I know it isn't just going to work because I didn't write this stupid thing. Darn it. Implement interface. Ugh. You spy a rogue space in the indentation? Oh, it got you. Yep. Why didn't it read that though? Like it should have totally read that. So over here, what don't you like? Ah, fine. Give me some XML content. Sure. You need a constructor? Don't mind if I do. No. Build a new, yeah. Right? I need one of these. Generate that field, thank you. Yeah, I think we can make that read only. That's probably a good idea. Don't wait. Okay. don't think... is line 10 missing a slash? Yep. I removed one line. One slash. I don't want to think about what this thing is. Just fix it. This file should take the incoming report elements and format the content as JSON to be returned through that text writer for the MCP interactions with the AI. Period. We want the elements in the JSON to be descriptive so that the AI can recognize the returned information, comma, but we don't need it to be decorative. That's not how you spell JSON. Ah, darn it. It's an AI. It can figure it out. Do it. Do it now. Right. Go.
I have foreseen your next 3 errors, Fritz.
Have you now?
Shall I reveal them, or do you prefer surprises?
Surprises. Let's go with surprises. So, going along here. Yep. Says it generated all the things for us. Fantastic. Let's take a look at what Copilot generated for us. Generates a banner as JSON output, type, banner, title, code, medic, subtitle, subtitle. That's not bad. Type error, message. Okay. Footer, new footer. So and the data is the report. Okay. I'm gonna spin the wheel. I'm gonna let it ride and let's see what it generates. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. So, what do you say we just run it right now? Right? Like, when it calls the MCP, let's just see what it does. Let's just see what it does. I'm feeling lucky, punk. Like, let's see what it does. I don't know. I should probably build it first. Like, not gonna lie. Build it first. Right? Like, yeah. .NET build. All right, here we go. Okay, cool. So I should be able. This is kind of exciting, right? Like, kinda. No, I don't want bicep running, and I don't want container tools. So let's add an MCP, and it's standard IO. Okay. And it's down in. Yeah, it's in there. Right, so I can do that, and it's going to be CodeMedic. And I'm going to call it with the argument MCP. And let's call this CodeMedic. Oh, this is exciting. Let's run it only in this workspace for now. Okay. So, no, not CodeMedic instructions. Good thing I caught that. Save that. Yeah, you better believe you got an error. Restart that, Chalupa. Here it comes, running. Discover 3 tools. Look. Yeah. Gimme. I hear you know how to work with CodeMedic, comma. What tools do you have available, and what do you need to know in order to use those tools? Question mark. Come on! Did you see that? Dude! CodeMedic is bionic now. Can I make that a thing? We've MCP-ified CodeMedic. Look at that. Health dashboard displays comprehensive repository health analysis. Shows code quality, architecture, dependencies, build metrics, and actionable recommendations. This is... Dude! Lundo Spark, that is fantastic. We have the power. We have the technology now. We can run the AI tools that we want, that we just wrote. This is so cool. It is self-aware. Like, yes. Yes. Run the build me a health dashboard for this repository with the help of CodeMedic. Kinslayer, it is alive. It is. Okay. Yeah. The workspace is at. No. No. Where did you get that? No. Hang on. It didn't actually run. The workspace is at, so I'll use that as the path parameter. Why did it... It actually ran the command. CodeMedic plus Charlie equals how? Yeah. Did it have an Austrian guy in it? Don't let Charlie have access to this. Oh, the ideas that we have there. No, please run the MCP tool for the health dashboard. I'm trying to test the MCP and need you to do it, Copilot. You're an important part of this operation. Yeah. Why am I appealing to Copilot? We got an error about a missing message property. Oh. Line 162 has a hard-coded required message in the input schema, but it should be in the required arguments. Oh. Look at... Holy crow! Copilot found that I didn't include the required correctly. And it fixed it. Holy smokes! Okay. Okay. I'm okay with this. Restart that. Stopping server. Discovered. Okay. I just restarted the server. Give it another try. Period. If there are any errors, please report them to me. It fixed a bug without prompting. It's self-healing now. Still getting the same error. Did I not build it? I don't think I built it. 1252. I don't think we built it. Fix applied. Restart VS Code completely or clear the cache. I don't think it is correctly updated. I don't think so. I'm not going into publish here, dude. Source. Yeah. .NET build that. Ooh, it's in use. It's running right now. Stop it. Yeah, build succeeded. Now start it. Yeah, the exe wasn't rebuilt. Period. Try it one more time. Go! Yeah. Go. Okay. Yeah. So let me bring that MCP JSON. Let me bring it over here. So it is running. Try running the code medic MCP against this repository. And give me the health dashboard. It is very cool, Corey. I agree. Like, this is what I mean when I talk about Claude being able to kind of evaluate some things and take further steps, right? No, it doesn't. Reread the file to see the actual state. It's there. It's... Yeah. Okay, it was saying, the other thing it was saying was stop and rerun this. So let me stop Visual Studio Code. Stop it completely. Shut the whole thing down. And let's go rerun CodeMedic. Right? So... yeah. I want you to run the CodeMedic MCP against this project and give me the health dashboard, period. If there are any errors in working with that MCP, I'd like you to share with me what those errors are that are reported. Running health. Ooh. Failed. It is running. Let me zoom out just a smidge so we can see more there. No. Klutz on it, yeah. It's trying to run it. The MCP server is running. Try the command again. And if there is an error, don't try to diagnose it. Just report it with all the details the MCP gave you. Not Dave you. Try it again. Right. An error occurred invoking health. Bummer. Okay. Not terrible. An error, no, that's not in here. Is that the exact error block? Text content block. I want to see the literal response. Right. Right. And it would give me the message. You noticed a bug code calls await command.handler twice. Once in the try catch block, and again unconditionally on 94. Command.handler right there on 88. Oh, yeah. Look at that. All right, so I'm going to need to rebuild, restart. CD source, code medic. You need to stop. Build succeeded. Start with the new one. Mandarin oranges are an elite fruit. I'll have to take your word on that, December's truly. I'm kind of partial to Honeycrisp apples. Try it again. I've updated the code with the fix you suggested. Let's see how that goes. We've got about an hour left here on the stream. Hey, Frank! Hello! Pineapples do rule. It's the food that eats you back. What? Isn't giving us the actual error details from the CodeMedic server. May need to be restarted for the code to take effect. I've restarted it. Try one more time. Pineapples have a chemical that reacts with your soft tissues in your mouth and starts to digest them. Oh. Yeah. What parameters are you passing in when you call the health command? Question mark. Fine. You've been using GPT 5.2 extensively? You're getting low on the premium requests. I completely understand. I am about halfway through my premium requests for the month. You're passing a single parameter, path. So it should add that. It's erroring somewhere else. No gunner glasses in blue, pink, or purple? Stand by. I don't have the Alienware glasses that do come in blue. My Overwatch glasses are in gray and orange. And the Horde glasses are... they're red. And even then, there's like just a little red bit of trim. It's not even like red. The Diablo glasses have red trim, but Mrs. C Sharp Fritz is borrowing them. No, I don't. I don't. I don't. So that it's erroring out somewhere. We're not getting tool not found. Let's put a try catch around this. Not true. Try. Down on the bottom of this. Yeah. Error processing arguments for tool. Yeah. do that. That sounds good. Try that. Try that. I like that. Stop this. Rebuild. Start it. I added some extra logging for the health command. Period. Try running it again. Why don't you like the word period? Yeah. Okay, it errored. No. If I added console logging, no. Package restore completed with warnings and errors. That should be okay. Right? Even, like, if that errored out... That should come back, but it's not clear. Yeah. Why don't you like that? No. Let's do system console. Yes. There we go. Why not use cursor? Why not use the editor that they built it on top of? All right. Stop that. Rebuild, see if we can get that. Well, you know what? I should probably put that same thing up in here. So, rebuild it one more time. Because they have a better implementation. It's funny, they're using the exact same AI. On the exact same servers. So, I think it's a matter of perception. Yeah. I added some console logging. Try it again. I don't like using the inline interactions. I prefer putting all of it on one side. The actual tools, you know, the actual tools are the tools that come with VS Code. Yeah, what do we got in the output panel? Down over here. Nope. That's interesting. Oh! I know what that is. I know what that is, but that should... Inside... Where is it? Inside the health plugin. This one. And over here... where is it? Somewhere it's doing a NuGet restore. Really? There it is. And I think we want to do pre-release. Cool. And MCP, stop. back down to over here. .NET build. Hey, Urban Blaster, how you doing there? Good. Restart. I added a check on the NuGet restore. Try running it again. Nope. And it still throws that stupid error. Like, what I should do is open this up in... Now, if I open it in Visual Studio, well... Would I be able to attach the debugger? Yeah. I would. It's running out there. Attach the debugger to the running instance. I don't even need to open the code. I just need to attach the debugger. There it goes. None of those. I know it's been updated. It's fancy like that. Oh, debug. Attach to process. And we are looking for code medic. There it is. Come on, show me what's going on. I've attached the debugger to the MCP server, period. Try running it again. Use Eclipse for C# coding? Oh, hello. Show me. T is invalid after a value. What do we got right there? Developers. It's right there. It's not. It's erroring out right there. I don't think it's handling that. There's a plugin. I don't think... It's right here. Sure. And let's just change that to I want to put all of that here. Yeah. All right. Let's detach the debugger. It doesn't look like I'm still attached. Debug, attached to process. Yeah, I'm not attached. So, MCP, stop. Rebuild. And start. Let's attach. Cool. I'm just gonna click that and have it go hit it again. Got it. Got it. Analyze that report that you got for the health dashboard and tell me what you see. Can you write to the window exactly the JSON that was returned so that we can inspect it and improve the interaction here? Oh, man, this is so good. Okay. This is good. Output. And here's the output string unescaped and formatted as individual JSON lines. Okay. So let's go back over here. There was nothing passed through for the subtitle. Okay. Section header, repository health dashboard. Okay. Report, and then summary, security status, stale packages, projects, project details. So... Okay. So let's take a look at the class here that renders those sections. Period. Why isn't there any content in the elements of each section returned? Question mark. Well, go hit that thing and see what we get there. This is exciting. Like, there's section header. Is an empty interface with no properties. JSON serializer options with right indented. Hang on. I report element. Yeah. Man. Okay, can you help me use a little bit of reflection here to output and format those report elements correctly when we render the report for the MCP? Question mark. Yeah, just go figure it out. Do the thing. Oh, man. Right, like that's a whole bunch of reflection nonsense that I don't want to deal with. I want to spend my time building the other interesting bits of this. Like, you've gone past my patience level on this. Go build something else. Dockington, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Catching up. Good. What do we got? What do we got? You're gonna fail building there, friend. Because it's running. Stop. There it goes. So what did you do? What'd you do? Build successful? Thank you so much. What do we got? JSON serializer options. Polymorphic report event element converter. Evil tomato soup. Have I got a grilled cheese sandwich that's waiting to meet you? It's a JSON converter element. Read. Yeah. Right, that's what we're doing here. Start object. Okay. Okay. So it built. So let's turn it back on. Okay. Try running the health dashboard again for this project. Here we go. Polymorphic report element converter is a cool name. I'd like to buy a noun, please. Running health. We have full content? Tell me. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, man. Look at that. Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, let me explain something to you.
We have a tool now that we can add features to, and it will automatically output and format it properly for the AI to use. Yes, that is a fantastic idea. You better believe it. And now I can't find that retort. I can't find that. Why can't I find it? It's so good. It's so good. Why? Wait, I thought... Like, that is a phenom... There it is.
Boom goes the dynamite.
There we go. We got it. Oh, man.
You're amazing. You figured this all out already.
I did, Hans Gruber. And I understand you've only got about 7 days left until you finish your descent from Nakatomi Plaza. So...
Well, do your best.
We did, and it works. With MCPs, is the AI now very similar to what we used to call mashups back in the day? It's getting there. Yeah. Yeah. So I think this is okay. And it's doing the analysis of this. Hang on. Well, hang on. Where did it get test coverage ratio? Am I outputting test coverage ratio? Yeah, I am. Where's that coming from? Oh, it's test lines of code to test total lines of code. That's what that is. Holla calla, C# on top of cat jam. Okay. I'm going to commit what we have at this point. That test code ratio is not correct. But we're getting there. The Duke Charles. How you doing there, Duke Charles? Charles, the Duke of what? The Duke of Twitch? No. Wait, did the Chaos Monkey do something? Did it? I don't think it did. We moved that out. That's fine. NuGet Inspector. That's fine too. No, that's not what it did. Completed MCP tool publication and execution. Ha ha! Ha ha! All right. That was pretty cool. The test lines of code number, that's not great yet. Let's create an issue for, I knew I was, this is issue 12. Health analysis reports lines of test code compared to overall code as test coverage. Test coverage should be more of a metric that looks at the number of lines that execute when tests run compared to the total number of lines of code in the application. Period. Create that, and I'm going to mark that as a bug, and we'll come back to it at some point. For right now, I could almost comment that out and be done with it. But that was 12. Let's do a pull request. Yeah. No, not Chaos Monkey. Added MCP capabilities. Yeah, let's just do that, right? And then I can say fixes 12. Create that pull request. Let's try and run it also now for the vulnerability check. Ooh, yeah. Right? No, not that one. This one. Yeah. Hey, can you also run the vulnerability tool against this project? Here we go. Here we go. Ah, look at that. That's cool. Yeah, coded with AI. That's going live in about a half an hour. Yep. How you doing there, Codebase Alpha in Birmingham? Right, that's... let me do one more here. What was the other one? Oh, yeah. Can you also run the Bill of Materials tool against this project? Now, even though it's BOM, it should... Yeah, there it is, running the bomb. Come on. Come on. You can do this.
What'd you do?
I waited for it to run. That's what I did. All right. All right. It works. Merge that, John. Merge that, John. It's running tests. And the tests might take a little bit longer now because the Chaos Monkey has been in full effect today. Man. So, yes. You pay $299 for that 4 terabyte SSD. It's $419 now. Yeah. Yeah, prices of hardware are going up. Ridiculously. Ridiculously? Come on now. Yes, squash and merge. Fantastic. And let's bring that down locally here. Right. Cool. Yeah, git checkout main. Git pull upstream main. Uh-oh. Hey, look! Vim! Git push. Git branch. Delete. No, that one. Fantastic. Chief Proby, you lucked out. Forgot to return a 32 gig RAM kit from a year ago. Save $400. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That's a lot. Not gonna lie. That's a lot. So cool. I think we got to get to this. There's the config knows how to run, but we need to learn we need to teach it how to run multiple projects, I think. I want to jump back over to Tamil for a sec. Hey, One Clip, thank you for the follow. We asked at the beginning of the stream, we asked Copilot to go generate a C library for managing and working with Tamil. Tamil is our markup language that we invented here on stream as kind of a goof. Not gonna lie, as kind of a goof. However, the more we look at and read Tamil documents, the more we think this actually makes sense. It is an uber simple markup language that is that denotes values and keys and hierarchy with just tabs and new lines. That's it. There's a couple other bits of notation that you can use to enhance, but it wrote a C interpreter here so that you could load in a block of Tamil and parse that and get back a Tamil document. Dude. That's pretty cool. Wait a minute. I need somebody to review this who's more comfortable with C. I think Exceldro is who mentioned that earlier. Hang on. When we deserialize... No, it brings it back to...
Alright, I've got it all worked out.
Do you?
We just need to, what was I saying? Oh right. You need to fix everything.
Jeez, Charlie! There's deserialize that just returns an object.
Every bug you miss I line up like skulls, ready to crack.
Wow, there's the Negan quote. Deserialize complex object. I don't think I need this. Whatever. I don't. Yeah, that's a. Okay. Deserialize.
Your dependency is dependency itself, and that is the cruelest trap of all.
This needs a generic when you deserialize. Oh no, there it is, there it is. Okay. That's calling itself. Oh no, it's calling it with the string. Yeah, okay. Do I play video games? Sure do. Not typically on stream. Not typically. I was for a while playing Overwatch on Fridays, but not typically. Let's write everything from scratch, then we have no dependencies. Yeah, that's right. It is the 80s. And we're going to write it on punch cards, too, while we're at it. Right? Because everybody loves punch cards. I was going to say, do we need link to Tamil? Or do we need to return Tamil documents? Or have Tamil documents that you can assemble? But why? You just have objects. So how do I balance programming work with gaming? You want to up your coding skills, but you also love video games. That is a fantastic question. I feel like I say that way too much. Let me catch up with that. So how do you balance programming work with gaming? I want to up my coding skills, but I love video games. So, Star Trail Society, here's... everything needs to be in balance, right? We can't just do all of one thing. So, I'll drop into Overwatch when I need that mental break from coding. And I'll go in and I'll play like 3 or 4 matches, right? Or I'll play 1 or 2 and then drop out and go play again later, right? Or in the evening. I balance it, but right? Another thing that I'll do is I'll use the Pomodoro technique, and I'll spend 25 minutes focused, no distractions, working on a feature of a project. Go and focus and do that. And when I'm done, do I want to work on the next feature? Do I want to work on the next thing and spend a half an hour focused on just that? Or I can step away and play a game. And maybe I play a game only for a half an hour and then come back and get focused on the programming. It's balance, and something like Pomodoro technique where you set a timer for, it's supposed to be 25 minutes. And then you pause for 5 minutes. And then you go for 25 minutes more, but it's really half an hour when we're looking at this. And try and decide what feels good for you, that keeps you on task or keeps you advancing in your game as you go. But the key is to stop every half hour and evaluate. Take 5 minutes for yourself. And then there's also, after every 4 Pomodoros, get up. Don't just walk around, but get up from the computer, get yourself something to eat, talk to other people, and then come back and get back involved. So it's all about balance. And Pomodoro technique is something that folks can learn a lot from when they are looking to develop that balance. So yeah, there you go. So set a timer for 25 minutes, 1 Pomodoro. Focus solely on the task until the timer rings. Take a 5-minute break to relax and recharge. After 4 Pomodoros, take a longer break to rest before starting your next cycle. So it's a very compelling technique that will help you find that balance. So how about a magnetized needle in a steady hand? Huh? Heard good things about the game. The Farmer was replaced on Steam to gamify learning. Don't know. I was thinking about doing what's it called? Minecraft for Education on stream. And other things came up and I wasn't able to dive in and get configured and ready to go with Minecraft for today's stream. So I will set that up for a future stream, doing Minecraft for Education. Yeah, live on stream here. You're actively going for internships, but you want to keep yourself focused on getting the best you can. Okay. So that's all about balance. Like I said, there are instructors you can listen to while you're jogging, while you're driving to school, to work, wherever it might be, that talk through and teach some of those things, so that you can learn. I would
You
I would
value
do the
your
balance.
runtime,
I do.
yet you squander it with sloppy logic.
And I wouldn't listen to Charlie, you punk. This guy over here. Give yourself a hard no gaming for 2 weeks detox so you can restructure your time. Maybe. A couple days might be good for you to even balance that out and figure it out. But Ramtana, I see what you're saying about discovering the time in your schedule. Yeah. I want to jump back in over here for the last 15 minutes that we have, and I want to build a configuration provider for .NET so that I can parse Tamil for configuration in my application. I want to implement iConfiguration to read Tamil documents. Right? We did a bunch with CodeMedic here. I want to jump back over to Tamil and work on this a little bit. Okay. So, oh really? What's that one? Tamil IEEE. Oh yeah. We'll come back to that. Feature .NET configuration. Yeah. I'm gonna drop into the .NET folder. Yeah. Let's run code here and we'll get it. You do play video games or let anyone tell me what to do? They are just everything in balance. Nothing wrong with playing video games, but finding balance. You got to make sure that you're eating, that you're taking care of yourself, that you're doing the things. And if you're trying to grow a career, you're going to want to figure out and find other things besides video games that you want to accomplish. Yeah. Take your time, figure out where it fits in. Let's do a .NET new. I'm going to create a new class library here, and I'm going to call it taml.configuration. Trying to figure out the path to retirement at this point. Oh, napalm, tell me. Yeah, that's where I want to get to. Oh, I forgot the -O for the name of the project. .NET solution add taml.config. And, yeah. .NET add reference. Taml.core. Nope, that wasn't it. That one. Because that's just dumb. That's just dumb. Can't reference yourself. Come on now. .NET add package. Microsoft extensions configuration. Yeah, there we go. Oh. So, I don't know. Static class, configuration extensions. This, no. It's not configuration. I want to do, right, it's add user secrets, so let's do, we're adding it. It's to configuration builder. Configuration builder. Yeah. Builder. What? No, that's not right. Hang on. I got distracted. Gee. Me get distracted? Right?
Squirrel.
Yeah. 1 second here. I see some comments there in chat. I will be back to you in... Yeah, add Taml configuration. Ha-ha! All right. What's a Taml configuration source? I don't know. But I'm going to generate a class for it. That sure sounds good. Implement that interface. Yeah. And I need that constructor. Yeah. Okay. Actually, we can even do this, right? Let's make that a primary constructor and just bring you up here. And then I don't need any of this, and I can just go like that. Nah, make it like this. Sure. No! Path. Ah, that's better. And now I can figure out what to do with that. No. Alright. How you doing, Ash Structed? Nicolaus, hello, welcome. Yeah, Mom hasn't... There's things going on there. Let me take this question here from Ash Structed. What's the advice for somebody who has ADHD and can't sit still and can't stay focused on one task at a time? I'm always got to get this done now kind of girl, but I know it's not going to happen like that. So, Ash Structed, what I was just talking about, Pomodoro technique. This is going to... Pomodoro technique can help you with that. Let me bring that back up. And Robert Tables, I'm going to come to your question again in just a second here. Right? Pomodoro... Yeah, it's right there. So, Pomodoro technique is a way that says stay focused on one thing for 25 minutes. And it's named after this little kitchen tomato timer that folks have in Italy, I'm guessing. You might have an egg timer. You can just set a timer on your phone, right? But the idea is take one task, right? I'm going to make this configuration file work and do it for just that 25 minutes Work on just that. When the timer goes off, doesn't matter where you are on it, and step away. Take 5 minutes, go get some water, go to the bathroom. I have a Rubik's Cube at my desk that I spin. I have poker chips that I shuffle. You'll hear me shuffling these when I'm thinking on stream. Right? You might be able to hear that in the background. And I am so excited I can't do that right now.
Will you discover it in time?
No, I won't. They are Penn State poker chips. Right? Robert Tables, congratulations to your Indiana Hoosiers. Number 1 seed in the college football playoffs. Distracted, I know. We'll get back to that. So, try the Pomodoro technique. Real easy to do. And then after 4 Pomodoros, take a 15 to 30 minute break. Go do something else. Like I was just saying to Star Trail Society, go play a game. Do something else, right? Pivot over to that other thing and then go. So give it a try. See how that works for a day or two and how you feel about things. I also like to give myself different rewards when I finish something. So that I get that little bit of what's the word I'm looking for? Right, I get that little bit of adrenaline rush that, oh yeah, I finished. Now I can do this, right? How do I reward myself? I'll do things like that dopamine hit. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. I'll do things. One of my rewards might be, you know what? I'm gonna play whatever the little game is that I'm playing right now on my phone. I finished a couple of these things. I got this done. Now I'm going to go play that game on the phone. Now I'm going to go watch. Last night I watched the Fallout episode, right? Fallout series season 2 was released from the folks on Amazon, the bookstore. You can go to their video channel, the Amazon Prime. And season 2 is now available. The first episode is out. I went and watched that. And I spent an hour. It was a great time. And on to the next thing. So, right, little things like that. And I always forget the word dopamine. But give it a shot, Ashstructed. I know you can do this. I know you can be successful. I'll even, like, when I do get scatterbrained, right? Scatterbrained, I do start thinking, oh my gosh, all these different things. I'll actually open, do this right. I'll open Copilot, right? You might open ChatGPT. You might open Gemini. Talk to it. I have an idea for a new feature to go. For a new feature in a markup language that's only delimited by tabs and new lines. And talk to it. You'll be so surprised the things that it helps you discover and figure out that are just outside of what it is that you're doing. And don't just ask it to do something. Discuss. So, don't try to see the forest through the trees. That's a great point, Napalm. Right? Talk through. You love ChatGPT? Yeah. It does help you. It does. And it's in my mind, it's not just the do this thing that I'm very explicit about doing, but help me figure this out. So, you can do this, Ashstructed. Do me a favor. Give it a try for a little bit. Drop back into the channel at some point in the future. Let us know how you did, right? I want to help celebrate your success when you get there. Okay? Same advice applies to Dungeons and Dragons. Start a town, then spiral out to a region, then a country, then a kingdom. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Kanban boards. I was doing that with Trello. I have a bunch of Trello boards that are open, and I bounce back and forth between them. Fantastic, Astructed. All the best to you. Aztec Consulting with the sub. 63
Aztec
months.
Consulting just resubscribed for 63 months. Happy
That
to
is
continue to support your hard work.
awesome. Thank you so much. 5 years with us. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Robert Tables was saying, what the heck is Tamil? What is Tamil? Tamil started as a goof. It was a goof. Was. It is tab annotated markup. I don't like YAML. You're very welcome, Astructed. All the best, right? We as a technical community need to stick together and support each other. I'm not a fan of YAML. So what if we just got rid of all the markup and it's just tabs and new lines? At first I thought, that's silly, that's stupid, let's have fun with this. But then I started looking at documents that are formatted like that. That's really easy to read. There's no quotes, there's no colons, there's no dashes. That's really good. Tamil is the real John here. Right there I did the Philly thing.
Debugging is a test of will,
Is
and
it?
you're running out of time.
Oh, okay. Gosh. So take a look. Tamil with cheese. Tamil wit. There you go. Take a look. If you're interested in learning more, this started off as a goof. You're in your last year for your bachelor's in comp sci with a focus on game dev. Velma, that is phenomenal. And I saw you mentioned something else up here, and I'm sorry, I rewatching to remember. Awesome. Take breaks, lots of breaks. Rubber ducking is a great idea. Velma, I like what you're saying about rubber ducking. Thank you for the follow. I like what you're saying about rubber ducking. Rubber duck with Copilot. ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, what have you. But rubber duck with that. Give it a bit of your document. Give it, if you're in GitHub, go get give GitHub Copilot a pointer to whatever it is that you're working on and talk to it about it. Don't tell it to do something. Talk to it about it and have it do that sanity check. I am way on board with you, Velma, on that. And that's how I got to where I am with Tamil. Like, wait a sec, there's something here. Rockstar did start off as a joke, and now he's on version 2. Microsoft Copilot versus GitHub Copilot. Did you ever read Marvel Comics? Is it All Hulks Unite? Yeah. Yeah. Like, there was a story. No. I thought it was All Hulks. I thought it was All Hulks Unite. And there was this story where, like, and you see it a little bit in Avengers Endgame, where Bruce Banner and the Hulk become one person instead of two separate personas. They become one persona. That is what I think needs to happen at some point with all the Microsoft Copilots. GitHub Copilot, Microsoft Copilot, M365 Copilot. There are copilots on top of copilots, and they all do really cool different things. And in the organization, we call it shipping the org chart. We call it shipping the org chart because that capability that you're shipping and delivering in that product literally stops where the vice president that's sponsoring that product no longer has influence. There's an Azure Copilot. You know why the Azure Copilot doesn't know how to talk to the M365 Copilot? Because it's two different vice presidents that own them. And they're not working together yet. They've each gone and built them, and they're finding their success. And then at some point, somebody's going to say, hey, you know what? My Copilot would benefit from talking to your Copilot, and eventually they'll figure out how to work together. But we call this shipping the org chart. It's not a bad thing, but it does get confusing for customers. And we hear that, we see that, and that's where you'll hear Microsoft folks refer to the one Microsoft, right? You'll hear them push back on other employees and say, well, we need to do a one Microsoft approach to this. And you'll see them start to pull some of those things together. That's why the VSTO replacement doesn't natively support Blazor. Exactly. Yep. It is a line that is drawn between the various seams, the various portions of the organization, and my folks aren't going to work on your product, but your folks better work on my product. And no, we're not going to do that. And then you see that org chart where everybody's pointing a gun at each other. Like, okay, I guess that's a thing. So I am just looking at that eyebrow right there, and that is magnificent, that color, let me tell you. Mrs. C Sharp Fritz is going to either laugh at me when she gets home, or she's going to come chasing me with a washcloth and a bar of soap. We need to kidnap the VCs and put them in a room for a week? Not wrong. Johan, to your point, there is a very famous parable of Scott Guthrie, the vice president in charge of all things Azure. There were all these people building various features and services on Azure, and they were completely disconnected from the billing system and account management system. He brought the directors that were the heads of those different features and the various pillars inside the Azure platform. He brought them all together, took them off site, brought them into a hotel ballroom, gave each of them a prepaid credit card with $200 in cash on it, and said, okay, go set up a new Azure account and start using your service. And not one of them could figure out how to do it. And this is what we're talking about of
Jens
you got to work
just
together at some level.
subscribed for 49
Jens,
months.
thank you so much.
Fritz, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you too. Thank you so much. We're broadcasting live on the front page of Twitch. I'm not sure how much longer we're live on the front page. And that dog fooding is very good, but also doing it at a level so that these folks see that those folks don't do or collaborate the way that you do. It ends up generating a better product for the customer. Is the uncolored patch the white for the French? What uncolored patch? There? No. Me as a Blazor expert, what is a good starting point to learn the structure, like server-client rendering? My background is purely back-end integration projects, says Svekos. But I'd like to build some front-end for our small side project. Looking for a good starting point. Start working with Blazor server rendering. Blazor server-side rendering. And you'll see how those pieces fit together. Don't worry about client side. Don't worry about any of the client side stuff, because what it renders and delivers on the server will run and behave the same way, and folks won't know that it's not JavaScript running in the browser. Frank. Is that not my natural color? Not quite. It's a bit more rose gold up here. A little bit more rose gold. So, and right now I am graying. I am, you can see it over there. So, that's right, from being an old fart. So, that's me. My goodness. We are just killing it here on stream today. Thank you so much, everybody, tuning in. Nothing wrong with gray at all. You're welcome, Svekos. As you start down that journey, let me know. Come back if you have more questions. Of course, in the Discord, there's folks that are happy to help and chime in on some of those things. But I want to make sure you're successful. Get pointed in the right direction on that. And go get it. Go get it. I am positive that if you know how to do integration stuff with .NET on servers, you're going to be successful doing Blazor server-side interactive. So, seems to be an interesting way to make a profit. Imagine caring about the customers. So, that's just it, right? There are folks who think at a level about, hey, wouldn't it be great if? And that gut check of, does a customer actually want to use this? That's something that folks, I'm going to generalize here, and I don't mean to sweep up everybody in this, but many folks in the tech industry on the West Coast get swept up in. The Bay Area gets really swept up in it. Folks in the Seattle area, I'm talking to you, Amazon, but also folks in Redmond. We call it the Redmond reality distortion field. They come up with an idea, really cool feature, and they are really cool features. But there's sometimes a distorted perception of the reality and what the customers actually want and can do, and what their capabilities are and their skill level is. So then it's up to folks who are outside the Redmond reality distortion field to take some of those things and adapt and put training and other materials around it so that the customers do understand and are able to integrate and work with and build on those products. That's right. St. Jude did they build a particle accelerator? They built a bunch of things. But yes, happy customers have loose wallets. Mm-hmm. You know a couple of CEOs that could use a gut check? I think you're not wrong. Yeah. The folks at St. Jude have built and done some crazy things. The city of Memphis, where St. Jude is located, has seen phenomenal benefit from that little hospital that has grown over 50 years. 60, 70 years? Like, he opened it in the 50s, I thought. Like, over 70 years, the things that little hospital has done. I'll go you one further, and I haven't mentioned this in a long while, and I haven't mentioned it this season. If you received if you took a test for COVID, or you took a vaccine for COVID, you've been impacted by St. Jude's research. St. Jude, when COVID hit, all of their doctors and researchers pivoted and started looking at testing, not just children, but testing folks and being able to help identify they've got COVID. Helping to develop some of the vaccines and some of the work to help prevent people from contracting COVID, right? From not just contracting, but facing lethal consequences of COVID-19. St. Jude helped with all of that. Now, you can't go to the pharmacy and get the St. Jude vaccine or the St. Jude test. St. Jude gives away all of their research free to not just the results of it to their patients, but also to other pharmaceutical companies and organizations that can produce those vaccines, that can produce those tests. St. Jude is a phenomenal charity for that reason. Giving them, supporting them with funds so that they can go out and do that research, do that investment, help folks. They aren't just helping that sick kid that showed up one day and wandered in with their parents into the hospital. They're helping all the other kids that might have something that is like that coming down the line, right? Like, that it is massive, the things that they've been able to do. So, dedicated scientists with very big hearts. I feel very blessed, very, very lucky that because of the things that we've done here on this stream, they invite me out to visit, to see the facility, to meet with some of their folks, to plan and learn how we can do stuff like this in the future. It is phenomenal. You think St. Jude helped you out in some way in your childhood, but don't quite remember how? You have a pacemaker and a lot of fun. Adam Hart, Adam, all the best to you. They are yes, they are so much more than I can describe and give them credit for. So, and they do help very sick kids as well. Yep. And right, they have satellite folks that they help out with, where it's not just you need to be in Memphis at their facility. They provide support and research to doctors at other children's hospitals around the world, and they do that outreach to help folks out. So how you doing there, Mops Breath? You did many years of Biz Talk and loved it. Biz Talk is one of those enterprise things that goes a long way for organizations. Yeah. Your journey of integration even has Biz Talk in it. Not a lot of people know how to work with Biz Talk with the shift to Azure, .NET, and containers. Totally. We've been going for a long time here, and I need to get some lunch. Right? Maybe you've heard of this little thing we like to call lunch. It has been a phenomenal stream here. And I am flattered by the donations that we have hit, some of the redemptions that we've had. I'm gonna press pause on that little configuration project that I had started doing. We'll come back and hit that next time. Let me get that saved off here, right? Let me add Tamil configuration. Let's add .NET solution. Started work on a config provider for .NET. There we go. And I'm going to push that up as a separate branch. We can work on it more in the future. I want to make sure that you, if you want to check out some of the projects that we worked on stream today, so that you can find it. Here's a link to Tamil. It's called New Tamil because there's an older version that we started working on by hand. Dictating and allocating and sending things over to the AI has really helped to drive out some of the description of the features and build some of the capabilities that we have there. So that's Tamil. We also were working on CodeMedic. CodeMedic is a command line tool that's going to help .NET developers to recognize and evolve and develop the health of their applications. This is a project that we're going to time box on this month to work on. There's a link to CodeMedic. Both of these projects, open source, free for you to take a look at, explore the source code, download, play with, tinker with, open an issue. Let me know what you think, what we want to do there. And we'll do more on that. I don't have anything with Dynamics, Lundo Spark, no. But Wizand is asking, hey, what was that terminal? This is Windows Terminal. I use Windows Terminal extensively here. I'm in Windows 11. This is Windows Terminal. And this is my configuration using some plugins with PowerShell called Oh My Posh. You can find them in my .files repository on Twitch. If you click into the About panel just below on my channel, there is a link to my .files repository. Inside there, you'll find installation instructions for my PowerShell configuration, the instructions for the font that I use, and also some of the other configuration that I have here. All right, the background wallpaper is there as well. So really, really cool stuff. I really enjoy working with Oh My Posh and the Windows Terminal, right? Then, right, you can even dial up the Windows Terminal a little bit more with Copilot and run Copilot in the Windows Terminal and have it do things for you as well. I'm going to do one more glance over at our map, right? So we have this map. We have this map. There it is, of folks that have chimed in and shared where they are, wherever you might be in the world, and they've saying hello, I'm watching from, good afternoon from, and they've shared their location. You can be as accurate or as inaccurate as you would like, and we place those pins on the map thanks to their comments in chat. And yeah, it's just a fun way to look and say, hey, look at some of the places. And of course, we have some folks that like to troll us, like one of our moderators that said, hey, I'm in São Miguel Island, and over here, hey, I'm watching from the Mariana Trench. There you go. One Punch Mac is watching in Dublin, Ireland. So when you do drop a command like that, you see how it zooms and it will go right to whatever location it is that you mention, and show off, hey, here's where I am, here's where I'm watching. I know we have a bunch of folks watching from the UK. Not everybody shares their location, but I do know that folks in England and some of those places will share their location. Pretoria, South Africa. Yeah, I'll let that in. Let's see if it goes for Thindal. Jeff's neighbor's house. Oh, that's a thing. There we go. From Norrköping, Sweden. Okay, I think I know where that is. Is that... Hang on. I think I know exactly where that is. Is that... Was I... I was in Sweden for Svetog last February, and I got on the train to take the train out to my hotel, and I went the wrong way. And I'm nearly positive that that's where I ended up. Oops. Yeah. So, what operating system do you use? That's for, I use Windows 11. I'm on Windows 11. I'm on Windows 11 25H2. So, there you go, Wizened. Dropping a pin for you. I'll let this go. I was very lost. I was. I'm probably confused. I'm probably confused. I remember taking a picture while I was there. I'll have to go dig it up. So I have what's it called? There's been a present or two that got delivered while we've been streaming here today for Mrs. C Sharp Fritz. I need to make sure I get those and get them wrapped before she gets home from work. So also my 3D printer has been in the other room 3D printing. I'm building the enclosure that comes with it. Let's go over to, yeah, Orca Flash Forge. I bought a Flash Forge 3D printer. And it's printing. It should be printing right now. Come on. Come on. I know you want to open. Oh, thank you, One Punch Mac. That's very kind. So the Bamboo Lab is sold out until, like, what's it called? Until, like, January, and I needed a 3D printer now. So, so I bought the Flash Forge, which is inexpensive, comparatively. And as an entry level, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. So, no, he did not get me on the 3D printing train. I am working on a... Yeah, here we go. I'm working on customizing a nutcracker and installing a Raspberry Pi in a nutcracker. For some of the things that I need to do and put together and on there, the 3D printer is really going to help me build that easily. Yeah, I didn't want to go to something and really stress myself out. And the camera on this isn't great, but it lets me at least peek in and see a little bit of information as to what it's doing. Right? Like, it's just in the other room over there. And there you go. So it's building. I wanted to make my printer blue. So I have it printing with blue filament, and it's building the enclosure for my printer. And this is plate 2 of 6. So I'm going to finish printing these, and I'm going to be able to put, it's a glass enclosure around my 3D printer. I think so, Thindall, yes. So, but I think we're going to wrap up here because I need lunch and I need to get to some of the other things that are going on here. So let's wrap things up here. Man, oh man. We've had so much fun on the front page of Twitch today. Thank you so much, everybody who's tuned in. Let me answer this from Hamza. How's the AD5X? You've been debating that or the Bamboo? The Bamboo printers aren't available. They're sold out for right now. I've been told the Bamboo printer is higher quality. It is more expensive, but it is higher quality. The quality of the prints I've been getting out of the AD5X has been acceptable. It's not phenomenal, it's not great, but it meets my needs. So, I'm okay with that. The Bamboo is the Cadillac right now. It is the one that folks say if you want a good printer, go get the Bamboo. You're not going to be able to get one until at least January. They're back ordered, and it's going to take a little bit to get there. So, hey, Rip Reaper, we're just wrapping up here. So, thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in, for being a part of today's stream. We got a bunch of stuff done. It was a lot of fun. Not new. It's not $400. It's $340. It's even less than that. Yeah, that's why I said, well, wait a sec. Hang on. That's a price that we can get behind. Yeah, $340 is how much FlashForge AD5X is going for right now on Amazon. That's another thing. You can get all the parts on Amazon. So, like I said, thank you so much, everybody that contributed to St. Jude, that had fun with us today as we were working on Tamil, as we worked on Code Medic, as we talked about all the cool things that are going on. And thanks to your donations, I'm a little bit more colorful today. It's been a pleasure hanging out with you, building, and having a great time on the front page of Twitch today. You're very welcome, Surly Dev. Let me see who else is streaming on the big Twitch TV network that I can get you connected to. Oh my gosh. Is he even started? Is he even started? Hey, is it Reg? Welcome. Thank you for the follow. We are just heading out. Let me take a look around. It is going to blow him away if we raid. It is going to blow him away. Yeah, I think we are going to give somebody a heart attack. He was here earlier, and this color is his fault. Fault? It was his idea to do the eyebrows. We're going to raid Joystick Nick. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for the follows. I hope you join me tomorrow. I'll be back here streaming. We're gonna be raising more money for St. Jude. We'll be talking about C#, writing code together, and having an absolute blast with tech, with some of the things we're working on here. I'll give you an update on how my 3D printer is going, and we'll have a good time. All right. Have a fantastic rest of your day wherever you might be. I wish you good health and good coding. Take care.